welcome back to the Geometric View, episode 46, season 4. Today we're going to get into the geometry of being uninhibited. What does it take to be and have uninhibited growth, uninhibited actions and desired outcomes, i.e. controlling your environment and not allowing your environment to control you. I'm Buddy James, your host. Let's get into it. Let's get into the circuit. The best way to support us is on PayPal, goldenscaling@gmail.com. Thank you.
All right. So welcome everybody to the Geometric View. This is episode 48, which completes the season of season 4. Next season will be season 5. This is going to be a really interesting and unique, different type of episode. We're going to be getting into inhibition, and we'll talk a little bit more about inhibition, but we'll get into the first gate. If you can envision this picture here as the center of the gate, the first gate, this circle right here would be 0, and this head right here would be gate 1. So we're literally getting into the right hand of the gyroscopics and gyre. What does it mean to gyre? That's going to be one of the words of the day. Another word of the day is going to be coruscate, to give off or reflect light in bright beams or flashes. So this is a perfect episode here. We have a beautiful light, and we have my friend Russell here. And
hello, everyone.
How's it going, Russell?
I'm doing good. It's a beautiful day in Michigan.
So
Love great skies here in Michigan.
Last night, share screen. Oh, okay, hang on. I'm trying to get into the chat. Oh, here's the chat. Okay. So today we're going to the show will be about uninhibited geometry, the geometry of uninhibited growth, uninhibited actions, and desired outcomes, i.e. controlling your environment, allowing your environment not to control you, like Russell just did. He showed a little image of some pictures here that he had on the back. It's a decal, and he controlled his environment just now. So what does it take to be the person, to go out there and really put your energy out there in a crowd and have your environment be your outcome, not be a product of your environment? We'll also, like I said, be getting into the first gate, how it's all connected through all other gates, through tendrils of harmonic integration. This is all golden scaling and phase conjugation, which is how the whole entire system is phase conjugate. So without further ado, I'm going to go to one of the first pictures here that I have to show. This is the main image for the day. Now, when I mean first gate, here's 0. All these gates around the center of everything. The center of all things is hollow. All things coming out of the center of all things are hollow, centered by a hollow fulcrum. All motion is curved. All matter is in motion. All motion is curved, and all curvature is spiral. That's a Walter Russell quote. Now, when we understand spherical propagations coming off of a central source like the sun, we get nothing but the same type of energy repeating itself like a fractal. The sun is giving off energy that is palpitating. It is undulating, and this cosmic space energy is coming to Earth, and it moves inside of something that we understand now as the Bessel function. And this is the Bessel function, which is just basically when you drop something throw a rock into water and it goes, creates the ripples. Here's the ripple pattern. Now, this simple ripple pattern, it happens to be the exact same ripple pattern that comes off of the sun, magnetohydrodynamic geometry. And I took this geometry to the foremost learned electrical engineer, Professor Donald Scott, and this was in 2017, and I showed him my images, and he's like, when did you make this? I said 2003, and he's like, you beat me to it. And I'm like, no, it's not about who beat who to it. There's people that have been talking about this for eons. This is really ancient geometry, but he had the doctoral elocution, or whatever the correct term here is. He literally had the determination to put it into math. So the mathematical geometry of a Bessel function and how energy moves from one system to another. This is your heart, this is my body. The energy coming out of it moves in an identical manner, in an identical manner as the magnetohydrodynamic geometry that comes off. So you could say, like, let's say that this is the Earth right here, this tiny little sphere, and you have this big D right in front of it, magnetosphere. You have the magnetosphere. All magnetospheric and hydrodynamic geometry can be explained utilizing this simplex geometry of the Dougherty set. This is the Dougherty set. It's super simple inverse square logarithmic scaling geometry. And it is projective geometry. It is in motion. It describes one moment to another. It has growth to it. Euler's number, or Euler's constant, is the fabric of how our innermost constituents on these innermost fine lines of our matter breaking up inside of our atoms is also related to the size and diameter of the different planets. The size and diameter of the nucleus of the atom to the radius of Saturn and Jupiter has exact geometries that there's no way that it's not some sort of a soup or a froth that everything is bubbling up into and created out of. And it spins right out of the central axis as helicon waves. The helicon waves are the waves that hit the Earth and break down into smaller waves that come and actually hit the surface of the Earth into individual birkeland currents. And like this vortex, it's all vortex geometry. The whole entire geometry of what I'm exposing here is vortex geometry, vortex flight. It's all vortical coordinates. The vortical coordinates of the Dougherty set is how we see these energies that are existing outside of systems as the counter space. This would be the space. This would be the counter space of this. Put them together, and you get a fractal scaling system that shows gates, how to get into and out of these vortex type womb like woven structures that are entangled from the beginning. So this is an image from today. I didn't know if I was going to present it or talk about it, but maybe we'll hop back into that. So this would be 0 gate, 0. All of this is 0. This would be the first gate. The first gate is this. Now, all of this subsidiary action that's happening towards the core of the conical section and the vortexture here that's happening is a part of a system. The whole thing is a process crystal. We are process crystal, as sure as you can predict the future by looking at the sunspot and the mental health of the people living on Earth by looking at the sunspots and sun weather and space weather. You can predict the geometries of the creatures and the habits of the creatures through this same geometry as it unfolds and then refolds back and magnifies as creatures moving along the Earth. The creatures moving along the Earth, we are them. We are minimal energy configurations. We're moving in paths of least resistance always. When you lose tune with your intuition, you lose tune with your path. With knowing, you should know what to do. You should exercise this truth of always being moved by what people used to call as spirit, the Holy Spirit, and they still call the Holy Spirit. And there's also spirits to test. You can test all the other spirits, and it's even talked to us inside of some of the scripture in the Bible to test the spirits so that you know which ones are true and which ones are false or misleading or misguiding. So what we're looking at here is, here's the first gate, as you can see, 0, 0. This is one Bessel function. If you hit a drum, when you hit a drum makes this geometry. The waves go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down through this in an undulating type of manner. We know that sound moves like this, and that sound also is, it, according to a lot of the geometry that we've shown here on the show, sound builds a scaffolding layer that works off of every other layer pre-dependent to it. So you guys follow what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
So I'm breaking it down pretty simple here. And if I were to take, now this is a simplified version of the Dougherty set. Here is the version of me going into the gates. You can see one of our episodes on gates if you go back on the geometric view and check it out. But here I'm showing off what I did. Let's go back out. Let's scroll back out. And I'm going to show you what the gates are and why I call them gates. This is gate 1 in dark black. Gate 1. Because it's the first circle off of the center, which would be considered as the right hand of God the Father, which is also Jesus. So understanding this geometry is the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end. This is the first. The first gate is the alpha. The alpha and the omega go down into the core through this resonance, these toroidal resonances that bring you straight into this fleshy core of life, of helical geometries that flow off of not only the sun, but atomic geometries. So this is quantum geometry. You can think of it as space-time physics, or how plasma moves. I try to stay away from the words of space-time, but literally this is spacing out time and putting coordinates to it. The second gate is inside the first gate. Here's the second gate right here. It's inside the first gate. So it's part of the first toroidal dynamic that comes off of any type of system that is pushing out energy and also pulling in energy. You have the third gate. The third gate is the first gate off of the tendril of the center that's by itself. So the third gate's the first one, Trinity, the triune perfecta. And the triune perfecta, you can see how it connects right here, connecting these. Okay, a minute ago I was talking about everything being, all matter is curved, all curvature is in motion. Now, sure, we look at this and we see this on all scales, but we also see the crystalline record, the law of crystalline forms, how minerals crystallize. When one carbon atom crystallizes in a certain crystal, we know it's a universal law, that across the world and across the universe, we know that there's a universal crystallization that happens with each individual mineral. And it always forms to this universal crystallization grid. There's a type of crystallization that happens. We are crystallized form. We are crystallized life, re-imbued from a source, from the sun, that is re-imbued from another source. But all the other planets, these gates can be considered as planets. Certain gates here are planets. So the fourth gate here is inside the first, and it doubles in layers. So you got 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. That's a quaternion binary metric of being able to. This is how we do computing to this day, through quaternion metrics and quaternion symmetry. So the scale is a digital root. All of this is digital roots. And it doubles. Each gate, if I were to go to the third gate, the next gate inside of it would be 6. You double it. The next gate inside of it would be 12. So it's 3, 6, 12. You go to the 10th gate, and all these different gates are show off beautiful geometries that correspond to the inner constituents of the subharmonic geometries that are always happening. You could consider it as like background. What are they? The magnetic background. What do they call that? Either way, when you turn on your TV and it has the white and gray spots on it back in the day, and it's just going static TV, that background interference is inside of these individual gates that are along fulcrums. It splits and splices and twists because the energy has to move in the paths of least resistance. So if I could show you plasma tubes, it would give you a good example here.
I've heard that static is an echo of the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So that would an echo and a reverberation are similar in nature, right? So the static is an echo or a reverberation.
It's background magnetic interference. What is it? Magnetic. I can't believe I'm forgetting what it's called. But yeah, that's what I was kind of showing here, is that not only is it ordered, but the perfection in that it's ordered on all scales and the magnitudes that it's ordered from one scale to another makes up the cosmic background radiation, is what it's called. CBM, cosmic background radiation. Or cosmic microwave background, whatever it is. Cosmic microwave background, CMB. Okay. Let's look at that here for a minute and talk about this. The cosmic microwave background, CMB, in Big Bang cosmology is electromagnetic radiation, which is a remnant form, an early stage of the universe, also known as relic radiation. CMB is a faint cosmic background radiation filling all space. It is an important source of data on the early universe because it is the oldest electromagnetic radiation in the universe, dating to the epoch of recombination with a traditional optical telescope. The space between stars and galaxies, the background, is completely dark. However, a sufficiently sensitive radio telescope shows a faint background noise or glow, almost isotropic, which is the same in all directions. That is not associated with any star, galaxy, or other object. This glow is strongest in the microwave region of the radio spectrum. This accidental discovery of the CMB in 1965 by an American radio astronomer and a couple of these guys, was a culmination of work initiated in the 40s and earned the discoveries in 1978 Nobel Prize in Physics. So okay, so this cosmic microwave background radiation. Oh, okay. This should pull it up here, and this should go to the plasma tubes that I was talking about right here around the Earth, and how it looks like a hypotrochoid. It is, and this
Can you enlarge that image?
this one, yeah, it's like a hypertrochoid, and it's like a bar magnet. So we have energy coming in and coming out. But in these shows, I've been talking about this resonance inside of these tubes actually forming creatures and trees. A conifer tree being pulled up into existence through these sounds that are making the sound of a tree, making thus the seed is in the atmosphere, not in the soil. The energy, the memory, the morphic resonance is in the atmosphere, not in the soil. And these sounds are literally extricating through sonotropism, sound pulling up the different creatures and creating a connection to the ocean, to other creatures, as above, so below, as it is usually. So gyre is one of the words of the day, and it is a verb, and it means to whirl or gyrate. And in its noun form, it is a spiral or vortex. Gyroscope, gyre. So the whole thing is gyrating. The earth, the ocean, the oceanic conveyor belts, the whole thing is gyrating. So how do you get into the gyration? How do you get into going into getting out of being insular and a nomad of your own thoughts and going out into the public and moving your current and having your current being felt and appreciated and reciprocated? What goes around comes around. And Russell and I were talking about this and experiencing it last night. Man, I wish I would have got a picture of Russell talking to these ladies last night, man. He's just, and it's not a misogynist talk way or anything. I'm just saying, this guy, he's got it. And when we go out, we love to socialite. Socialize, and we hang out with people, and we break our bounds of who we are, and we become like almost like a different person, where you have to break out of your comfort zone and go into a deeper spot. Tell us a little bit about last night, Russell. Let's talk about it.
Oh, you're gonna have to come back to me on that question in a moment. I got a customer, a client working at, for anyone that's interested. I happen to be working at the moment, and one of my customers just pulled up. I do windshield repair for business. So I'll be back to you in 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll explore the epic evening we had.
All right, brother.
All right, I'm gonna set my phone down.
All right. So we're here, and we're going into the fabric of the universe as deep as we could possibly go. That's what I like to do. I like to get into it and intuit even when I'm intuiting it. And this keeps me, I don't know, centered. I have to hound down this geometry. It is a beautiful perfection that I have to show as much as I could possibly show to the world. And luckily, a lot of people are understanding it and picking up on it, and it's hard to really wrap your mind around fully, which is why I constantly do these videos on it. So let's go to another word of the day here. Coruscate. Coruscate of light, flash, or sparkle. And it also means to be brilliant or showy in technique or style. So, to give forth flashes of light, to exhibit sparkling virtuosity, a flutist whose music coruscated throughout the concert hall. And I think that this is pertinent because, well, I know that it's pertinent because it's all light that we're talking about. What does it look like to be on a beam of light? What is a beam of light? And the answers to that is this. This is a beam of light. So like if Einstein imagined himself what it would be like on a beam of light, I drew it out. And then I went to the electrical engineers and made sure that it was perfect, because it didn't need to be perfected. It's already done. But this Bessel function is a repeat iteration of the same constant flow of energy repeating itself. This repeats itself here, 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 and here. This geometry is a cascading effulgence of light, and as it breaks down into the corpuscular and incorpuscular reality, there's names for these, and it's called plasma. And it has 3 different types of modes: glow mode plasma, arc mode plasma, and dark mode plasma. And this is plasma in dark mode until it twists, and then it illuminates, and then you see how it relates to certain astronaut stellar formations out in space. All stellar formations exhibit these types of geometries because the geometry is the same, and it's scalable in the lab and on geometry that you're working with on your table. So, what was I going to look up? Either way, I have to pull up the news hour. So I'm going to pull up the news hour. And I wanted to show here, while that news hour pulls up, how much this is golden ratio dependent. Now, if I pull this in, you can see from here, from this this front wave to this front wave to this front wave, it nests perfect within this geometry. Now you can look at this one right here. This is the golden ratio. So you can see this lens from here to here to here is the golden ratio, and you can flip it and do the golden cut and see that it works on both sides. Now, this is indicative of showing charge and compression layers, compression and expansion rarefaction layers. That's what's happening here, is compression and expansion, compression and rarefaction. This is a gate, this is a path, a river to the center of the gate here. And each one of these is golden mean, from this length to this length to this length to this length. That's the golden ratio. From this length to this length, this is the golden ratio. From this inside here, even in these rhombus shapes here, these rhomboid shapes, This is golden mean because it's all convergent and divergent. This is the geometry of divergence and curl. This is how we get electromagnetic spectrum. This is what the electromagnetic spectrum is made of. This is the electromagnetic spectrum. And if you want proof and validation of that, we're going to go straight to the guy who made it himself, Maxwell. And how Maxwell is a geometer. How else do you think electromagnetism became a theory and an idea? Through Maxwellian geometry. These are literally his papers. These are his images. Whoops. This is what he drew. This shows the lines of force and equipotential surfaces. Yeah, it's all electromagnetism. That's why the electromagnetists and electrical engineers understood my geometry and the geometry I was working on currently, because it all has to do with fields and grids. They're used to working with grids. The whole thing of electricity and diamagnetism and dielectricity and magnetism, the whole thing is geometric from beginning to end. And you take this geometry of spheroidal equipotentials and you add it and you multiply it, and you get the geometry of magnetohydrodynamic geometry. Then you add the pinches and you add the curls and divergence, just like he did, Maxwell did, and you get the whole entire gamut. I keep going to this image here, but yeah, this is it. This is super simple. It's complex but simple. Here it is, James Clerk Maxwell, A Treatise on Electricity and Magnetism. He drew these. This was with a compass and a ruler. You don't even need a square. This is what I do. This is the geometry of the compass and the ruler, and taking it into infinite expressions of itself, and showing how there's an interrelation between radiative geometries and gravitative geometries that are moving towards the source and moving away from the source. There is indeed a river moving to the source and a river moving away from the source, and you have to have that because it is the dual of each other. It can't just be one way. It is centripetal and centrifugal, and there's just two ways. There's no lefts, rights. There's only ins and outs. There's no ups or downs. There's only ins and outs of this geometry, and that's the same with life. You might look at life as a series of ups and downs, but it's really a series of, well, there's a lot of things that life are, so I can't just pin it down and say one thing. So let's go check out our news for the day here. We got just about an hour. Geometric beings. Thank you for being here, guys. This episode is made possible by bubble sculpting and fractal branding, as well as Love is Watching. These are sponsors and also affiliates of the group we're working with here. All right, what do we have here? Let's see. I can't wait till possibly next episode when we have the troubleshooting done here, and we can hear from Lux, beautiful light, and maybe when Russell's not working. But until then, let's continue on here. Cause of Cambrian explosion, terrestrial or cosmic. This looks good. Lux Bell here, as if they exclude each other, and another one for later. Yeah, there's definitely going to be more. Okay, here's the abstract. We review the salient evidence consistent with or predicted by the Hoyle-Wickamanjersky thesis of cometary cosmic biology. Much of this physical and biological evidence is multifactorial. One particular focus are the recent studies which date the emergence of the complex retrovirus of the vertebrate lines at or just before the Cambrian explosion. So this is an article about the germs and these viruses coming from cosmic origins. So the cause of Cambrian explosion, terrestrial and cosmic, from the air. Now let's check this out. One particular focus are the recent studies which date the emergence of the complex retrovirus of the vertebrate lines at or just before the Cambrian explosion. Such viruses are known to be plausibly associated with major evolutionary genomic processes. We believe this coincidence is not fortuitous, but is consistent with a key prediction of WH theory, whereby major extinction, diversification, evolutionary boundaries coincide with virus-bearing cometary bolide bombardment events. So from comets, the viruses are from comets. A second focus is the remarkable evolution of intelligent complexity, cephalopods, culminating in the emergence of the octopus. The third focus concerns the microorganism fossil evidence contained within meteorites, as well as the detection of upper atmosphere of apparent incoming life-bearing particles from space. Wow. In our view, the totality of the multifactorial data and critical analysis assembled by Fred Hoyle and these guys and the many colleagues since the 1960s leads to a very plausible conclusion. Life may have been sealed here on Earth by life-bearing comets as soon as conditions on Earth allowed it to flourish, about or just before 4.1 billion years ago. And living organisms such as space-resistant and space-hardy bacteria, viruses, more complex eukaryotic cells, I always have a hard time with that word, fertilized ova and seeds have been continuously diverted ever since to Earth, so being one important driver of further terrestrial evolution, which has resulted in considerable genetic diversity, and which has led the emergence of mankind. And here's the article. Check it out if you want to check out more here. That one looks interesting. Supercomputer Aurora 21 will map the human brain starting in 2021. Aurora 21 will help the U.S. keep pace among other nations who own the fastest supercomputers. Scientists plan on using it to map the connectome of the human brain. This looks really cool. Intel, IBM, and other tech giants are currently working together to create this mind-blowing supercomputer that will run on a quintillion operations simultaneously. This will be the first exascale supercomputer in the U.S. It's set to go live in 2021. Originally, the U.S. Department of Energy, DOE, reported a 2023 unveiling, but when China announced it was to have its own exascale supercomputer by 2020, the DOE 2020, look at that. What really happened this year? The DOE projects say it's long. A21 will have a computing power of 1 exaflop. The US, Japan, and China have been in something of a supercomputer arms race for now. China has the top model. The Sunway Thedoughertyset and Wixie runs at 200 million billion petaflops. Man, Aurora 21 will surpass this. It's currently being built at Argonne National Laboratory in Lamont, Illinois. Oh, interesting. Gonna have to go check it out. I'll be like, hey, I'm a one of those YouTubers, you know. We can check out your facility and you can show us stuff, you know. That'd be cool. All right. So that looks interesting. Excuse me. Go back here. Check out some more news that we got for the day. Thank you everyone for being here. Like I said, I'm probably going to start going live here shortly. I'm going to close some of these out. Maybe it's the Facebook that went out. I have to edit this little part out here. But that's fine because I need to hit my pipe anyway. So, Lux, where you from, man? The origin of light is sound. That's what Lux says here. Absolutely irreverent is important here to denote you are talking about radically non-diametrically movement, always from nucleus. I think he's.
You got it.
I want to say he's from. Where are you from, Lux? Curious. Norway. Okay. Yeah, I thought you were on the other side of the world. Dude, I have Finnish roots. I'm Finnish, Irish, and German. So, yeah, Finland, Finnish. It's right there. So, I'm just taking a little smoke break here, guys. I always light sage and Palo Santo before every episode. Before this episode, I was lucky enough to hit up Lux here. Okay, so Lux says, I meant that in your image, the departure from nucleus is radius movement. Yes, the whole thing is radial. The whole thing is spiral. The whole thing, all of life, all of entanglement is helical. There's a good book, a really good book I suggest for anybody here. Let me hit this first. Loving the picture, by the way, Lux. He emailed me on Facebook and said, look at Skype chat. The materium expanding and contracting from the nucleus. Yes, indeed, that's what's happening. The materium expanding and contracting from the nucleus. But I'm showing that there is paths here. There is paths and pinches and points. And if I could take you to the in-between, this is the primary wave, the P wave. Okay, so if you look at from P wave to P wave, I'm gonna take, let's see, I'll go in here first, and I'm gonna pull this golden mean sequence in here. That's two primary waves. So from one primary wave to the next, there is perfect sequence of golden ratio scaling here. And it stops. This is all because the universe is lenticular. Walter Russell is correct in so many of his observations. Being a naturalist that he is, it's lenticular. This is the lens of life, okay? This is, what I'm doing here is I'm showing one lens instead of another lens. And how this lens right here, not only it breaks in the center point of the lens, but that's the golden mean function of that. So now let's take this and scale this from one to the next. Boom. What do you have? From this primary wave to this primary wave, there's the intersection right there. The intersection is right where the straight lines are created. If everything is curved, like I said, all matter is in motion, all motion is curved, all curvature is spiral. It's the straight lines that you draw from the curvature that you can find the precision alignment inside of not only astronomical observations, but also quantum observations and sub-Planck scale and a Planck scale as well. This geometry is not different as it changes when it grows. It's not like one world and then a different world. It kind of is. Kind of like in the way that bacteria is floating in some sort of a gel. Like, where's the gel? What's the bacteria floating in all over in our bodies? That is mostly all structured water. The water inside of our bodies is called structured water. Also exclusion zone water, easy water. And our bodies have this inside of it, and you can't just cut your body open and see water, even though we're like 70% water. It's because it's taking on all the different forms inside of our body to connect everything in an electrical mesh. There's the mesh that wraps around all the muscles and around our whole body. This is our electric connectome. And our greater, larger cosmic connectome from our mind is connected directly to this geometry here. So this is just one simple, beautiful growth pattern that you get when you take 2, 3, 5, and 7. This is the second gate, third gate, fifth gate, and seventh gate. So the odd numbers, and you create this type of caduceus-like matrix that is responsible for moving the energy and matter through our veins and everything on a nuclear scale and also on a cosmic scale. I'm telling you, this is all scale related. It's scale interdependent, and it's all scale symmetric. Now let's look up scale symmetry.
What?
Scale symmetry.
Well, got my card.
Scale symmetry. Scale symmetry is a fundamental symmetry of physics that seems, however, not to be fully realized in the universe. Here, we focus on the astronomical scales ruled by gravity, where scale symmetry holds and gives rise to a truly scale invariant distribution of matter. Namely, it gives rise to a fractal geometry. Okay? Scale symmetry is fractal. Scale symmetry is harmonic dependent. It's how sound breaks down into and out of these cavities, into and out of these cylindrics. This is all cylindrical geometry. It all breaks down in and out of cylindrics. We come out of a tube. It's all umbilical. Everything is umbilical, and it's connected to all other cellular levels in the world, and it's a helical connection. That's what I'm trying to show, and what I've shown in many of my other images. So the nucleus is being the zero chat from Lux here. Beautiful light. The nucleus being the zero space-time in the flux. The materium expanding and contracting from the nucleus. Pick in Italy during the film. If you make it into mathematical coordinates, you will see that the helical patterns and the nodes, once you zoom out of it, you will see the gaps. Those gaps are the gates, not the coordinate within the flux itself. Fractal viewer of singular spark. So yeah, it is the flux. We are in the flux. Everything is fluxating, is in flux from your life, from the beginning of it to the death. There's a dance, and we're dancing around on this. So here's some examples of scale symmetry. And like I said, it can only grow harmonically. It can only nest inside of itself. Each wave, here's the harmonics. They all nest inside of each other. Just as these waves nest inside of each other, inside of this image here that I have. It's all nested. The whole thing is scale symmetric. This is scale symmetric geometry that is all based off of the isotropic vector matrix that Buckminster Fuller discovered and showed us, and the geodesics of the quasi-crystalline and crystalline fractals of emergence. This is emergent geometry, and how the splicing of sphere by sphere from the sphere cutter is what cuts us into being, and we mimic these outer orifices. We are orifices ourselves, but our orifices are vortices. All of our orifices are vortices. So flux is the materium, space, and time, Lux says. So, Russell, you're back.
Yeah,
How
I am back. Thank you. Sorry for my absence. Did you miss me?
We did miss you. So, let's talk a little bit about last night and also our inhibition, or not inhibition, our what was it the word that I was specifically calling it? Let's talk about it. Oh, uninhibited. Let's look up go ahead, talk about uninhibited. I'm going to look up the definition.
Well, we're all inhibited, right? But trying to get over your inhibitions, I don't know how you do it, but it's definitely a skill. It relates to your confidence. But when you can get over your inhibitions, the world opens up. It's so much more fun. It's a playground. And I think you were talking about how you control your space, and they kind of have a little bit of correlation. When you can control your space, you feel comfortable. And when you feel comfortable, then you can let go of your inhibitions a little bit. You let go of the distractions. So, like, for instance, last night we went to an outside gathering, and there was fire pits with chairs around the fire pits and various groups around all the fire pits. And, you know, you could easily say there was a lot of fire pits that just had one chair left sitting there. And we could have just been standing around watching the things go on. But, you know, we're social people, especially you and me, buddy. We get around, and we don't want to just stand and watch people be social. We want to be social ourselves. So the first step is finding a place to be. And maybe there's not a chair. And when you take control of your environment, that means you just grab a chair and sit down. Some people just look at that one chair that's open and say, there's not two chairs, we can't sit there. Well, you just grab a chair from someplace else and you control your environment. Find a place to be. Get comfortable and eliminate the distractions. That way you can focus in on, you know, having some fun, right? So all these little things, they add up. So we did find, we interacted with several groups. Oh my goodness, how many people did we talk to last night? 20, 30? Who knows?
Well,
But sit down and start a conversation with the person next to you about whatever happens to be going on around you.
right.
We
You
talked to
know,
couples, talked to single people, talked to men, women, young and old. You know, just being conversational is good, to be conversational with everyone, not just picking out the one person you want to speak to in a crowd. Sometimes you can't talk to that person right off.
Right. It was a good. We're looking at the images here, and it was definitely a good, good night out. And this is going on here, and it's rare. And it reminded us of how it was done. Like, this is probably how they did it back in the day, like 100, 150 years ago. You know.
Yeah, this place we went to, they were about to celebrate their bicentennial anniversary of opening the business. So almost 200 years. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of things that have repeated, I guess. You know, you're talking about your cycles. There's a lot of things that have repeated at this specific location, this bar. And no doubt they were dealing with the pandemic in the 1970s. I mean, 1917, 1914 pandemic that was going on in their time. And they were pretty rebellious and open-minded about the effect it has on us, and, you know, weighing that against, you know, everyone's desire to be social. So no doubt that 200 years ago, or 100, whatever, 90 years or whatever it was, they were dealing with the pandemic that was going on back then, just before the World War, right during the World War, First World War. So they may have had people sitting out around fires at the same time, and you know, being careful, but at the same time not neglecting the other side of their personalities with their socialness and the need to actually live your life while other things are going on. Which is kind of what we were doing, you know. We both were speaking like we need to interact with some people, you know, some people we don't know, you know, bounce things off of them, have a good time. And that's how we have a good time. So we sat down, we talked to whoever just happened to be in a circle, and just try and spark up some conversations and have some laughs. And
it's really cool because the environment here, there's a box truck, and we have performers that go in the box truck, and it's all outdoors, you know. And when you're outdoors, you don't have to wear a mask, you know, whatever, about 6 feet apart, whether or not, you know. And this stuff is going on, and this time of year here, you're only going to find one of the ladies there. I think Carly is her name, brought up a good point. She said that, you know, the only people that are going to be here are rebels, you know.
Yeah.
People who want to get out, and people who need to get out, and also aren't afraid of what's going on.
Right. So they congregated together. All the rebels congregated together because that's where they wanted to, the only place that they could. And I'm sure the same type of thing happened, you know, during the last pandemic, when there was a lot of people that were congregating together that went against whatever was going on back then with the quarantines. And
well, it's not really a political. It's not fully just a political.
No, it wasn't political. It's life. You know, it's definitely just living your life. Today there's a political component of it, but there's other times when it's, you know, there's so many facets to it. And I can't wait to tell you all about the interactions we had with different people. And I hate to go again, but I gotta catch that cash while I can. So I'll be right back.
All right. Well, we'll go here to. We'll look up the definition here of uninhibited. Adjective, expressing one's feelings or thoughts unself-consciously and without restraint. Fits of uninhibited laughter. What does uninhibited person mean? A prefix, un means not, meaning the meaning of uninhibited, not inhibited, not restrained or holding back. Someone who is uninhibited is not afraid to act however he or she wishes. And this is really the key to confidence and understanding who you are as an individual. And once you understand who you are, then the deeper you understand who you are, the more you can express yourself and have control of your environment and become not a product of your environment, but actually go out there and unsubmissively, unsubconsciously, without restraint, get out there and dance, you know, enjoy the time that we have, and be a spirited person. Someone who is spirited is lively or enthusiastic. It can be challenging to babysit a bunch of spirited 4-year-olds, but it is also entertaining. You can also call a spirited person energetic, animated, or spunky. Excuse me. So, uninhibited. Walk into the bar when no one's dancing and start dancing and make it happen. Go out there. Take ownership. The geometry of that is going straight in and not caring about what anybody else thinks about you, and knowing that you're having a good time and you're only going to make everybody else have a good time. How you do that is a bit of a joker, a bit of, you know, the joker has a bit of a mentality inside of that where you have to bring yourself lower than everybody else into the room and make fun of yourself and be able to make fun of yourself so everybody else can get comfortable and gets comfortable. And that's part of being uninhibited, showing them that you're comfortable and you're out there doing your thing and it doesn't matter. So this is really cool. Look at these Bessel functions that we're dealing with here in both of these. This is the magic number that shapes the universe, 137 over 1. Or 1 over 137, I think. Anyway. That is the fine structure constant. The fine structure constant is inside of all of the geometries that we've been going through and showing. The fine structure constant is part of this 26 seconds of Earth pulsating. Every 26 seconds, the Earth pulsates. So, this is an interesting article. Every 26 seconds, the Earth shakes. Not a lot, certainly not enough that you'll feel it, but just enough that seismologists on multiple continents get a measure. They measure a tiny little blip on their detectors. But even though this pulse has been observed for decades, researchers don't agree on what's causing it. The mystery surrounding the phenomenon even has its own XKCD webcomic. The pulse, or microseism, which is cool, the geologist lingo, was first documented in the early 60s by a researcher named Jack Oliver, then the Lamont Dougherty Geological Observatory. He's best known for his later work that supported some important early evidence for shifting tectonic plates. Oliver figured out that the pulse was coming from somewhere in the southern or equatorial Atlantic Ocean, and that it was stronger in the northern hemisphere summer months, or the southern hemisphere's winter.
Prepared. It'd be really strong.
Jack doesn't have the resources in 1962 that we had in 2005. He didn't have digital seismometers. He was dealing with paper records, explains Mike Brosworth, a seismologist at the University of Colorado Boulder. whose team was who independently came across the strange pulse some decades later. So this is weird. Noise all around us. Though this particular pulse is intriguing, the fact that there's seismic activity during the quiet time that is not during the earthquake or volcanic eruption is old news. There's a background of subtle seismic noise all around us all the time. These also exist as telluric currents in the earth, electrical currents that are constantly changing the metals from one form to another, and crystals are always growing all around us. Seismic noise basically exists because of the sun. Nice. The sun heats the earth more at the equator than at the poles, which generates winds and storms and ocean currents and waves. When a wave hits the coastline, the energy is transferred to the land. It's like if you were tapping on your desk, it deforms the area near your knuckle, but then it being transmitted across the whole table, he says. So someone sitting at the other side of the table, if they put their hand or maybe their cheek on the table, they can feel the vibration. Researchers can study the pattern in this ambient seismic noise to learn about the interior of the Earth. This group has gone on for decades, but the observation of the pulse in 2005 caught us by surprise, he says. So locating the pulse. Yeah, they located it. Everyone was fully convinced in a paper that came out from the Institute of Geodesy, and China proposed that most likely source of the 26-second pulse was not waves but volcanoes. That's because the pulse origin point is suspiciously close to the volcano on the island of Sao. Look that up. Right, so the pulse is suspiciously close to this place. Oh. Check out the map. I bet it's a series of archipelagos. It's an archipelago. Let's see. Can't see it. Things taken by Alba. Alba? Alba never seems that long when you're gone. Okay. So it's out here. Yep, a series of islands. Doop, 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 doop. Alright. Interesting. That's coming up the Gulf of Guinea and Nigeria. So that's like the main source of it. Interesting. Wow. Look how it's carved in there. Almost like a fetus shape of Africa. Another fetus shape here, South America. Wow, so that's the source of it. Interesting. So yeah, there's more on the articles here if you want to check it out on the Geometric View News. Lux says, a couple days ago, actually when I posted this, he said, by principle of pulse, expansion contraction is pervasive, hence the principle falls short of it. My document's right now. Oh my gosh. Alright, so electronic amoeba finds approximate solution to traveling salesman problem in linear time. We've gone through that a few times. We know that amoeba and slime molds and things like that predict roads and make great paths of least resistance, which is what all of nature is doing, which is what mating is, which is what everything is, which is what growing is, and understanding and creating life and taking care of life. It's all fractal. So I'll go to this one because this one's cool. We can watch that for a minute. This one unfolds very beautifully. So I figured I'd share it. Let us all appreciate it here on the show. Cool grain of seashell. Okay, so archaeologists find vast network of Amazonian villages. This is really cool article. Laid out like the cosmos. We've talked about that as above, so below. So here's the article. You can read more about it. Just for the sake of time. This one's really cool though. So I'd check it out. The torus within the torus within the torus structure. Jane 108 here says, nesting tori, the fundamental geometry of the quantum atomic and macroscopic galactic worlds is the humble donut, literally meaning ring. The torus form connects all scales of existence via a neat trick. It learned at a young age how to embed itself, how to swallow itself, how to be self-similar, how to nest itself, how to become embedded. We call this smartness fractality because now it can learn and enter and exit any worlds, big or small, without friction or loss of energy. Its reality is based only on two directions, in and out. Like I was talking about before, there's no ups, downs, lefts, rights, there's only in and out. And that's what this whole cascading fractal network here is scroll too much.
Are you here? Hello?
It is a field, it is a forest of toruses. The Dougherty Network and the Doughertyset is
Can you hear me?
vertical coordinates. I can hear someone trying to talk.
Ah, yes.
Is that you, Lux?
Yep.
Yeah, what up, boy?
What's up? Hey, Russell. Is he here?
Let me see here. I'll go back to. There we go.
999. This is his.
All right. I think that's actually some background noise. Unless that's really Lux.
That's me. Can you
Hey,
hear?
I can hear that. Well, good. You finally got your mic on.
Yep. Next is the camera. There was a little incident with Buddy and Honey, and Skype kind of doesn't want me to. Doesn't want us to get into the camera right now.
Yeah, it's definitely always an issue. Skype always has some stupid issue going on with it. But it's good to hear your voice.
Cool. All right, please go on. I'd like to engage.
Thank you. So this is when I talk about the Doughertyset being why I keep talking about it being so important to our understanding here is this inverse square law. Okay. Now, inverse square law is throughout. It's a natural law or force. As one of the fields which obey a general inverse square law, the electric field of a point charge can be put in the form shown below, where point charge Q is the source of the field. The electric force in Coulomb's law follows the inverse square law. This is the same geometry as this. So we hop back and forth, and you can see that light and the intensity of light and the electric field, gravity, other applications of the inverse square law is gravity, light, sound, and radiation. So all of these follow the same geometry that I keep. Here's the inverse square law in radiation, inverse square law for gravity, and here's the inverse square law inside the Dougherty set. And it's nested. I put it inside these lenses, particularly the panels inside of these lenses, because they fit nice and snug. So, and it also bifurcates the lens to show the split of the amplification of the harmonics as the cascading networks work their way and unravel from all systems. So what I'm showing you here is that this is a law, and this breaks down and works across all scales. There's not a scale that this is independent from, so it's scale symmetry. The intensity and the influence at any given radius r is the source strength divided by the area of the point source, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we can see that. Therefore, the resulting shapes and harmonics of all the bubble sculpting shapes that I'm working on and shapes that I'm making are all minimal energy configurations based on spherical propagations from point source using inverse square law. This is also a crowning fundamental of why all things are the shape that they are. How well something works depends on its shape. That's how well something works. Walter Russell goes on to say, waves of light do not travel. They reproduce each other from wave field to wave field of space. The planes of zero curvature, which bound all wave fields, act as mirrors to reflect light from one field to another, into another. This sets up an appearance of light as traveling, which is pure illusion. And that is the same concept right here, shown. So I'm taking the Dougherty set and I'm showing it in many different concepts and how it scales across the universe. And you can even look at stellar formations. And see that these systems also use this geometry, this scale symmetry of this geometry, as they grow from system to system along strings, along currents, and along filaments, electrically connected, and helical tendons, and a sea of larger toroidal energies and toroidal forests that plane out into the galactic and ecliptic fields and push out and pinch planets into spin rotation around the sources. So just part of what I show off here. Physics do the impossible, create and destroy magnetic fields from afar. That one looks interesting. Scientists have figured out a way to create and cancel magnetic fields from afar. The method involves running electric current through a special arrangement of wires to create a magnetic field that looks as if it came from another source. This illusion has real applications. Imagine a cancer drug that could be delivered directly to a tumor deep in the body by capsules made of magnetic nanoparticles. It's not possible to stick a magnet in the tumor to guide the nanoparticles on their journey, but if you could create a magnetic field from outside the body that centered right on the tumor, you could deliver the drug without an invasive procedure. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's on livescience.com. Israel scientists found a way to reverse the human aging process using only oxygen. This is really interesting. Israeli scientists say they have managed to successfully reverse the biological aging process using only oxygen. Recent research at Tel Aviv University, Professor Sherry Efrati, together with a team of medical centers, when healthy adults at the age of 64 were placed in a pressurized chamber and given pure oxygen for 90 minutes a day, 5 days a week, for 3 months, not only was the aging process delayed, it was actually reversed. Here's the article, check that out, the Jerusalem Post, jpost.com. That's crazy. Russell's making the bucks. Doing this windshield repair. All right, well, I'm coming to the end of the episode here, guys. This is the end of the news. There's a couple more things. But I'll wait till Russell gets back on here. A technique to overdope graphene beyond the Van Hove singularity. Mysterious bubbles arising on the Milky Way. Fermi bubbles. We did geometry of that on the geometric view before. This is cool. And phys.org. A new understanding of ionic interactions with graphene and water. Okay. A research team led by Northwestern University engineers at the National Laboratory researchers have uncovered new findings into the role of ionic interaction with graphene and water. The insights could inform the design of new energy-efficient electrodes for batteries or provide the backbone ionic materials for neuromorphic computing applications. Ooh, I think we went over this last time in the last episode. But yeah, this is all really, really new and interesting geometry and spintronics. So this is definitely a fun, interesting article if you want to get into that. I guess to wrap it up, I think I have a few notes here. I'll pull up the gate. We'll pull up the gate here and talk about it for a minute. The first gate. Everything is in the first gate. The first gate is also the right hand of God. The first has within it all things corporeal and incorporeal, avoidance points, pinches, loops, and curls. The gates are hollow, as all gates are hollow, even seeming solid planets. Hollow it is, hollow we are, hallowed be thy name. No gate exists without the first gate, the alpha. The subsistence is within this, and only possible by the structuring of this optical membrane. the umbilical, the umbra, and the penumbra. In and out is what it is. It's all concrescence, and concrescence is when things that are originally separate come together and have points that make, like life comes together with many concrescence points.
Sent you a little.
Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, bring the volume down.
That's
Right.
awesome.
So what's happening right there is the basic hypothesis movement, and it is a scan. Um, and you're talking about relay of light into other expanses, and that has a concavity of the mirror implied. But what truly is happening is a single scan, and you can see the movement only happens in a single um, point.
Right. Like an undulating back and forth of the same. Here, let me mute this. Whoops. If I could mute it. If I mute that, then it mutes everything. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do it at the same time. But yeah, it's basically just going back and forth and undulating, but it's creating motion or the illusion of motion inside of just one circle.
There is a motion, is a basic hypothesis motion from one extreme to the other, but remember it always goes through the nucleus. The nucleus.
Right at the center.
hmm
Yeah.
It's like a feedback almost.
Yes. It's
And
the
you can
one
see it not only on one side of the portal of the zero time, but on the other side. So it is like a reverberation almost happening. And that expansion, it's just that scan moving on.
Yeah, and now imagine that, but but actually it moving not only in one circle but outward along the Bessel function that we've been studying and showing. Those a motion like that moving up and down here from 12 or 24 gates produces this natural harmonic concrescence points where they pinch and they push together. So, like if I were to draw a line going back and forth like this, and you could do that exact same geometry moving around this, but then move it outward, and then you would get the a birkeland current.
Correct.
Awesome. Yeah, this is really, this is it right here. So you take that basic motion and nothing moves, but there's a circle here, and it just moves certain size undulations or perturbations through it, and it can move it up in counter or flowing directions, counterclockwise, counter rotating directions, where one's clockwise, the next is counterclockwise. So there's a counter rotation inside of these that can be produced along with that undulation, and that's what gets us these galactic filaments. And how stars form along the pinch points of the kink instability.
You know how I always like to bring everything back to perception. Why do you think we perceive it like this?
What do you think we perceive like this?
Mm-hmm.
I think everything is perceived like this.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason why we only our senses are heavily editing our reality is because there's the logarithmic scale invariant charge that's compressing on all of our senses, which are vortices. We're pulling the energy in our ears, our mouth, our nose, our anus, everything.
Mm-hmm.
These points are directly connected
Mm-hmm.
to larger points, and all the way to our belly button and pre-life.
Yeah.
And so our mind also works inside this field in the same way. You can envision someone thinking right here, and tornadoes of flow coming out. And this is secret works, and this is why intention works and intentionality, because you build your reality, you scape it, you sculpt it, and then it forms around you. And this is perfect for this episode because,
Yeah.
you know, Saturn
Jupiter. Saturn. Sorry.
Saturn and Jupiter, we are connected to all these different planets, and they're entangled in our thinking and our activities, and the moon and our blood. Our blood is iron, and extremely heavy, and it's pulsating with that 26-second pulse interval that's coming out of the core of Africa there, or out of the Earth, and everything else is trying to regulate all of this interference. Envision this as soul bodies and soul travel and people living and dying on the earth. What's happening is the earth is constantly trying to create and necessitate the Schumann frequency, the Schumann cavity, the Schumann resonance. So as it does that, it cancels lives, it cancels people, because sometimes people just have to die in order for the circuit to continue to work. And that's weird for us to understand. And sometimes we see people just die out of nowhere. But we also see that the circuitry works, and people that are over a certain age are more likely to live in old age because they've lived the most dangerous part of their age already. You know, there's circuitry, and if you make it through paths in life, paths of least resistance, which is oftentimes harder to do, but it's the best path, which is why people take paths that are hard. and require a lot of rigor to try to succeed,
Mm-hmm.
almost impossible tasks.
Yeah.
But someone has to do it because they know that it's a strand that needs to be wrapped up and roped up. And if you don't do it, who else is going to do it? If I don't do it, who else is going to do it?
It's interesting that you said the word wheel, WILL, because it comes actually from voltage.
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is literally it. This is the bolts. This is the circuitous um, braiding of Donnie Darko type plasma inside of, if indeed we don't have ideas but ideas have us,
Mm.
and the sun has a lot to do with cosmic illuminants and people who are transforming the world on cosmic scales, then you can look into these cosmic events that draw in cosmic attention, that draw in um, exemplified uh, anticipation, these large anticipatory events. Most of them are cosmic because that's how it aligns. Sure, a man can come and say that Jesus or second coming is going to be on this day or that day or this day or that day, but when the stars align, baby. And
Mhm.
that's what happens. That's real. You can't say that a person made that happen, you know.
Now you had Jupiter right there. I mean, again, Saturn. With the strings that are coming from the sun, the magnetic strings, they're going into that hollow. There's some theories, and I kind of support that there is an inner plasma sun within planet Earth. What are your thoughts on that?
You think that there's luminescence coming out of the earth?
Yeah.
It's glowing.
Mhm. It's an exchange of information. For me, light is nothing but data.
I would I would support that there's certain uh, harmonic layers, just like there's harmonic layers here to every double layer. There's a double layer to everything. When you so I would support an expanding Earth. I would support the possibility that there's a plasmoid in the center of the Earth that's really hot and glowing. Um, I would support there's I would also support a glowing layer, a whole sphere that's just some sort of plasma. I don't
You,
know. I mean,
you said in the very beginning that everything absolutely is hollow. I don't
yes.
know why Earth would be an exception.
Well, if you look at this like Earth, you have the northern vortices coming in as charge. There's hypothesized 5 vortices on the top and 6 vortices on the top and the bottom of the Earth, and the preponderance of charge comes in at the South Pole. There has to be a preponderance of charge. If the charge is equal, then it will be dead without an atmosphere. But there has to be a preponderance of charge moving through the system to keep it alive, coming from one direction than the other to keep the system dynamic. So the system has to be um, fraught with charge on one side or the other, which is what is the very definition of a dipole.
And around in according in an additional thought to what he was just saying, that the Earth, if we think about the Earth, the core is probably the most dense region of the Earth, and certainly the sun too, right? But when you look at scale, as we're at a certain scale as humans, but you get down to microscopic scales, and that might be the void that is necessary. We see things in our size, but we're halfway between the size of a sun and the size of an atom, and atoms are spaced out. So
Well-
there's really more void than there is matter.
Oh, yes, indeed. And to answer that, I'm going to ask a question that my dad used to ask me. If the universe has a beginning, does it have an edge? Okay. Everything has edges. We see edges on the magnetopause, the magnetosphere, the pinches that happen at the Lagrangian points that are pinched outside of the atmosphere and atmospheric winds and poles. But my dad asks, if the universe has a beginning, does it have an edge? And I thought about that forever and a long time. And then I realized that the edge is what you just said. Yeah, it is inside of the it is inside of the information itself. The edge is part of the expansion and contraction as a systolic opening throat and closing throat inside of the toroidal geometries. I went through it on a couple of different episodes, but there's a certain geometry of 12 opposing spiral vortices that are pulling this galactic structure and subgalactic subplank quantum structure into and out of the realms of what they are. And there's perfect spheres that sit right on the gates of the edges that allow for this expansion and contraction to occur. And inside of that is the edge. The edge is at the very center. We are the edge in constant expansion and compression, because you have to experience the hot in order to appreciate the cold, or the cold to experience the hot, and vice versa, and all these other things. So it's these diametrically opposed opposites that help all of us appreciate life for the grander perspective of what it is. And sadly, that is things like death helps us really appreciate the value of life, because it's death itself that allows us to realize that our time is limited here on Earth, and that it's what we do with what we give from what we get that really makes a difference. Not how much we accumulate. Sure, there's experiences that you can add to the universe, but there's nothing really more grand to do in the universe than to constantly marvel and understand and to dig deeper into the structure of what the whole thing is. That's the whole meaning of life. That's what philosophy is. Philosophy is the meaning of life. Biology is the study of life and what life is. And physics is how life works. So it's all about life. Everything is about life. So if you're anti-life, how can you really, seriously be a part of life and be anti-life? It's tough. It's a tough thought that I could beg or question to ask, And yeah, the moon made wobble. That's funny. Lux. This is something that I tell people, that the moon is man-made, or the moon was created because we can do the exact same thing. If we can 3D print a mass around another body, we can create an atmosphere and we can create life. It's not that Mars is inhabitable, it's that you have to build the right size moon for its harmonics, for the tides and the waters and everything else to start flowing. But that's going to throw everything else off. Let's see what he's got here.
in the premise that hydrogen is the only element and added um, electrons make the rest.
Is this your work?
Nope, it's a buddy in France.
Oh, cool.
So what's unique about hydrogen?
I think he's saying the geometry. Lux, what's unique about hydrogen?
I said the premise that it is the only element, and the rest is just electrons added to it.
Okay.
Mm.
Sounds familiar. I think I've heard of this before.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Russell talks about this too. But Russell
Correct.
talks about carbon being like the main element that everything's based off of and around.
Well, that is ascribing meaning to life and death and all that. And actually, there is only one existence.
I believe there's only one existence. Yeah, I don't believe in the multi-universe. I mean, we probably have multiple lives uh, to some degree and extent. Do you believe? What's your views on reincarnation?
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, mm, it's something you decide in order to move forward.
Do you believe that it's happening?
Of course. I believe actually that I'm one of 12 experiences.
Interesting.
Mm. That we are actually triune. There is a knower, a thinker, and a doer, and we're just the antennas giving feedback.
I agree. I think that these hierarchical structures here that are shown,
Mm.
these helical structures, are straight space dynamics that come from the auroras and are fed to animals and are creating the single cellular organisms that look just like this, diatoms inside the ocean. And we're based on creature stacking. The whole thing is creature stacking, and it's about the soil and amending the soil and creating there's wherever there's more electricity on Earth, there's more life and more diversity. Wherever there's more carbon on Earth, carbon dioxide is the life blood of Earth. The more carbon dioxide on Earth, the more creatures there are. So people that are against carbon are against, unfortunately, against the diversification of life and the amplification of beauty as beauty unfolds inside of the creatures.
Mm-hmm.
How can you be against carbon?
Well, anybody who's against the whole climate thing, it's the climate. That was a beautiful video. Thank you for sharing that.
Mm. My pleasure.
So, do you know the names of the 12 different people that you are?
We connect through dreaming. I do.
You
But
connect with
however, yeah, I do, and it's just my personal journey. So we do have a spine, all of us, and in the base of it, there are actually fibers. The doctors actually discover them. They don't know what to do with them. But those fibers actually were seen traveling up the spine. They stop at the heart, and then they continue traveling on into the so-called third eye and up to the crown.
it's
Um,
Kundalini.
yeah. And these fibers is actually all your memories from your existence. And if you access them, you're able to shine the light of of the lamp, the third eye, whatever you want to call it, and you're able to see.
So
And
do you
once you see, you cannot unsee it.
right?
Mm.
Do you do lucid dreaming? Do you experience in entheogens, DMT, breath
I
work?
it's all by grace. It's a grace given to me, and this is by someone way more evolved than I am. And those are side effects. It's not even what I'm looking for. Side effect of levitation, lucid dreaming, or being able to see past the veil of reality. All these things are not um, things that I'm thirsting after. It just happens.
Right.
Mm,
Interesting.
mm.
So, do you seek a I don't know, a higher, uh, a spiritual teacher? Have you've learned? It sounds like you've learned some things from spiritual teachers.
Yeah, actually, an avatar and of mm, of cosmic consciousness.
That's
It's,
beautiful. Well, that's probably why you're drawn here, because this whole thing is literally the geometry of cosmic flow, how mind fields work, what the uh, integrated uh, consciousness. It's literally the whole thing here is how can we dial into the circuitry of these light forms of not only us but higher realms into experiential, like me experiencing what it's like to be a platypus. That's what I'm trying to do for the world. I'm not going to stop until we start to experience and have devices where we can plug in and understand and really become the bird's eye view and travel through time and experience things as a cantaloupe on someone's table because it is electrically tied into the global electric circuit. Um, things like dialing all the way out to the, and by what I'm talking about is we've been doing this for a while. We have the circuitry, we have the technology and hardware in us, but like the internet and how it started, we didn't know the impact of it. We're going to be dialing into unknown places in the universe and experientially feel like what it is to be like an avatar, like you were saying, um, in a different creature in a different form. And there's a lot of empaths that can already do this and feel this, and we're starting to get more in touch with ourselves to where we feel like some people, they have like a past life and it's a camel. Some people have a past life and it's a horseshoe crab.
Yeah,
Uh,
everybody's Cleopatra or Napoleon. I don't know. I probably was a dishwasher.
right, right. We have those atoms in us, and because those atoms remember their past and they're each individual and unique, uniqueness runs on all scales. The only thing that you can observe in nature is uniqueness. There's not two humans that are identical. There's not two plants that are identical, not two carrots, not two atoms, not two anything. So, in as far as we know, no atoms die. The life of the proton exists indefinitely. So these in the electrons that move from atom to atom are what makes the different rearrangements. So we're rearrangements of creature stacking, and this comes right back to that image that you were showing, and diatoms and single cellular organisms that build glass houses that feed the largest living creature to ever live on the planet that's alive today, ever lived on the planet. The largest living creature is alive, and that's the blue whale.
I
And
was gonna say the ocean.
right, or the Earth, or the solar system, or the galaxy. So these electrical grids tie into each other, and that's my forte. My whole dream, my
Your
world
motivation.
hope and everything in this is that we can actually go into these currents, and if we build up a room with a smoky plasma and we play the right tunes, you should be able to just get into these other places. And that's why churches do that. That's why there's incense. That's why there's organs. That's why there's deep resonance. These resonances that we can get into are eternal, and you can access them all day long. And that's what I want the observers and watchers to hear here, is that you can access them. How do you
You're
access?
actually talking about a harmonic convergence type thing, where if you are in tune with your heart and your breathing and are able to focus on the silence in between your heartbeats and are able to perceive the others, the one that you want to connect with, you can connect through that and experience the other or each other.
You can, and
Mhm.
that's this is the point. We have the hardware already,
Yep.
but there's an infrastructure that can be built, to mirror this New Jerusalem, where there's flowing energy that comes from the sun, and we can tap that energy, like Tesla was talking about, tap the nectar of the breast of the milk of the sun, and we can use that in ways that we've never done before to go into higher consciousness. That's what the New Jerusalem is, and it is a convergence, um, concrescence at a maximum level, and we might be hitting that and heading towards it on the 21st here, or within 4 years on 4/8 2024. But these convergences of uh, eclipses and solar dynamics and everything mean so much, and there's so many people that can work together to change things. We saw this year. We saw this year be taken over. The digital. Uh, we became the digital matrix this year. We did what we did this year. What would have taken 3 to 5 years to get everybody online in like 6 months, and that's why the billionaires are becoming way more billionaire, and mom and pop shops are closing. It is paths of least resistance. They are tracking it down,
Mhm.
hunting it down, and um, killing the mom and pop shops.
The,
Unfortunately,
the one thing that I would like to focus you in here is to not fret that, not be upset by that. Let it happen because all what they build at, we can take it over. We have the numbers.
yeah, I think 100% we're gonna succeed, and we already know ultimately what wins, uh,
Of course. Yeah.
and how it wins. So
Now, this
history.
doesn't mean to hate them or want to destroy them because, I mean, their uniqueness. We don't want to get rid of it. Their abilities, just turn their hearts around. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. I honestly, there's some hatred for certain individuals, which is doesn't go unfounded, but ultimately, collectively, this is the transition, the convergence that we've been stumbling towards ever for so long, trying to create a one world government. It's globalism, unfortunately, at the highest scales. But when the
I'm
whole
not
thing's
against
united,
it. I'm not against it at all. As I said, they have the resources. Let them do it, and then we'll take it over.
yeah, we've already done. We've already been taking it over. It's been pretty free for how long now, and the ideas are out there and they're being saturated. So they can't be. We can't be squashed. That's for sure. My only thing is like deplatforming. That's it's just unfortunate.
Oh, you mean censorship?
Yeah, censorship and deplatforming people.
When we think about feeling sorry for ourselves, I like to always refer to the Native Americans. They are being exterminated. I mean, they are about to be. Within a few years, there won't be any language or culture left of them. Focus on that, then we cannot feel sorry for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm actually part of the Native American Church, uh, and yeah, I agree. It's really hard. Uh, there's other instances going on here in the United States where they're banishing, uh, literally getting rid of them. Uh, it's really unfortunate, but you're right. That's the church that I'm drawn to is the Native American church. I've been church shopping and I've been to a lot of different places, and I definitely love. Uh,
I put you an image in chat.
Thank you. Oh, this is some of my geometry. Yay! I love this guy here, Ether Force. Gonna eventually have him on the show, probably. Have you seen See the Pattern? Lux?
Yeah.
Yeah, See the Pattern. He's great. I just contacted him last week, and I'm gonna do a series with him. So that's gonna be cool. On cavitating. Everything's cavitating. Geometry of cavitation. So that'll be fun.
Dude, I can read fast, but not this fast.
Ah.
Come on, slow down. Okay, next.
What are Birkeland currents? How are Birkeland currents formed? What do Birkeland filaments have to do with space plasma? Yeah, ether forced dot energy. I definitely really good information. All right. Russell, you back?
I was back. Now I'm gone.
Hey, Cornelius. When in 1973 the Navy satellite triad flew through this region, a low altitude orbit, magnetic. Yeah, Birkeland currents. Yeah. Yeah, Russell's finishing up a sale here. So you got any more content you want to share, Lux?
I did put an image in chat.
So, okay. Well, let me get my fire.
Okay. Energy, voltage, volition, will, power. From voltage, electromotive force reckoned in volts, comes the words volition, will. From volo, wish. I wish. Volunteer, give energy, volunteer to fly. You do not lack the willpower without lacking voltage in your body. To energize means to increase the voltage. Treat yourself as if you were a powerhouse. You dispense too much attention and energy to that which does not matter, your energy will scatter. Your light dissipates. A human with zero voltage is called a cadaver.
Right, and you're talking about innovation and forming your own world. So it has much to do with how much energy you have. And to manage that, the previous image will elucidate a little bit about that and other things we spoke about. When the human is the generator, the operator, and the destroyer, as such, its intrinsic nature is divine. Um, we're talking about we are antennas. The dreamer is the knower, the thinker, and the doer, which makes experiencers. And that's what I believe we are. And on the very right side, you see the chakras. On the top, there is the antenna, which is the upper chakra, the Sahasrara. Then Anya is the receiver, the eye. The tuner is where your voice is. You can speak in tense, that is past, present, and future. It actually governs being able to see the future. The heart is the transformer, and that is where thoughts and emotions united form feelings. The chi, that would be Manipura chakra, is the battery. Generator is your sex chakras and the grounding. It goes all the way to the center of the earth. Would be your root chakra. And then in the middle, on how we manifest, we come from the spiritual world, that triune entity, the knower, the thinker, and the doer, into the ideal world, the Anya chakra, then the ethereal, aerial, light and heat, liquid and solid.
Wow, this is perfect. This is another Bessel function here, and so is the other one. These radiating energies are how we radiate outward and build our tuning antenna, how we tune into the universe, how the universe tunes into us. And you can build them as whips. You can steer tornadoes, toruses, plasma tornadoes. You can create a whole bunch of whirlwinds, and it's an interesting place to play in the ether and in the heavens and in the universe.
To that, you have to, or one has to manipulate energy. with consciousness. And the next image talks a little bit about that.
Okay. Sentient energy comes from a place of true peace and love. It is constructive and sweet. Vegan diet and positive activity polarity. Mutative energy is restless, shifty, random, and begets extreme emotional disturbance. Spicy opportunistic diet, impulsive, rash, static energy festers. It is stagnant, dark, low, negative forces filled with destruction and darkness. Meat, fungus, low destructive, negative life.
Yep. Basically managing one's body through what you ingest, not only with food, but also what fits your intellect and what emotions you allow in. It's all about that, what you're in tune with,
Right.
which you can manage. Of course, sentient energy, the longitude is long, it's longer, and that's the basis. It's not the how high the wave is, but how long.
Okay. Interesting. I like that. I've observed that and felt that in the whale song
Mm.
for sure. Because yeah, they speak in real low frequencies.
Mhm.
Now, reading this gets me thinking about if you were to, if everything in the world is indeed eating something else and becoming more complex, then diversification of diet would be extremely important to reach higher levels of consciousness, right?
You're only eating one thing, and it is solar plasma. And you may eat it directly if you are able to, or digest it from plants or other animals. Mm. As such,
So,
you're a plasmavore. You're not a vegetarian or a fruitarian. You eat plasma.
right.
Mm.
Yeah,
But
I had a lot of these types of thoughts and thinking uh, back in 2016 when I was starting a jewelry company, Acorn Pinecone, all natural jewelry company, where I make jewelry out of just all natural elements, and it looks gorgeous. And um, a lot of my thinking was, how do I name it? What do I name it? And I just kept thinking of like sun nectar and like sundew and sundrop and like all these other names, because these, you're putting nature on you, and that's like more natural, getting back to actually yourself, taking your environment, being creative and putting it on you in a beautiful, engaging way.
yeah,
And anyway, it all came from really realizing that the it all comes from the sun. The whole thing is sun plasma. And I didn't know what to end up naming it, but I ended up naming it Acorn Pinecone.
mm,
So
that's pretty cool.
so my question is here, which so you don't believe that, because this would make sense in certain degrees to some people. If you eat more diverse diet of different things, then you can achieve different states of consciousness with the food, because food naturally gives you a high, especially if you fast before it. And I don't know what the whole magic, I mean, I know a bunch of whole magic about bread and wine, but like, this is a separate topic. But it seems like if you were to, if everything's, if the plasma of the sun, plasma and the dew is eating everything else, and everything else is eating everything else, and it's being more complex, and complexification happens, it would only make sense that diversification would manifest hierarchical complexification inside of your system, because you are what you eat in a degree, right? And that's like, goes back to old thinking where like they used to think that if you drink sperm, it makes you stronger, you know, or you get the soul of the spirit.
Sorry.
You haven't heard that one?
I'm gonna tell that to a few people. Hey,
Buddy,
I
actually,
got
what
the
you said,
nectar right here, babe.
you know what you said, it's pretty profound actually, but you know, there's so much essence in sperm. I mean, I've never, whatever. There's so much essence in sperm or different foods. That's profound. A profound thought.
You know that it embeds the DNA in the brain of the consumer.
Well, that's what the Troy was all built on masculine men that were drinking each other's cum, and it built like the Troy 300 movie or whatever. There was a bunch of different troops like that, but that was just to form an army to keep villages possible to procreate, you know? Like everything is about an army. Everything has an army. Anything that's large has an army. What's Google's army? You know, I know what the Catholic army is. Catholics have an army. Everything has an army. And you know, the US political system, the Democrats and Republicans, each one of them, they have an army. And if you want to be subsistent for a long time, you're going to have to protect your ideas, your thought forms, your plasma goo, whatever you came here to deliver. You might not have to protect the information as much these days, but you know, it's not written in stone. It's like we're not, all of a sudden there's a lot of things that could just go away, and there's some of it's written in stone, but not all of it. And it's mercurial, it's transient, it's ephemeral, you know, and that's what we are. We're just a little ether, a little breath in the wind, a tiny little. If you could fast forward Earth and watch it play the past 100 years, you could see people moving around, and even in the past, even 200, 500 years, whatever, you could see their light beams around, moving around the Earth, and people living, and their light goes out, you know, and it goes in, it goes out, it might disappear, but it doesn't snuff. You know, it goes on forever and ever. All things are forever. And that's a lot of the reason probably why there's so many people that are having mental issues these days. Is a lot of it is probably because the background noise, the cosmic microwave background or whatever that we were talking about, where people are hearing spirits and well, I mean, a lot of it can be blamed on the pharmacology and pharmaceutics. So this this is another one here from War and Peace.
That was my nickname when I was a kid. I only have two speed, according to my dad. On and off. War and
So you're a
peace.
terrorizer like me?
It means that I would be on, and then completely dead in 2 seconds in his arms. That's all.
Oh, that's adorable. That reminds me of me as a kid.
Mm.
I'm the exact same way.
Mm.
I would play and play and play till I was completely dead. And then I'd come home and it'd be dinner time. And I would not be, I had no energy to eat
Yep.
unless my mom put her hand down on the table and I laid my hand on the table.
Out.
And she fed me or I fed myself. And it was like, I was out, dude. I played every last ounce of energy every day. That's
Yeah, I
great.
spend
You
my
still
days
do.
in the water.
What's that, Russell?
I said you still do.
Mm.
You still play every ounce of energy every day.
Yeah, that's true.
You pack it in.
Pack it in, pack it in. Everyone's like, I'm so bored unless I'm hanging out with you. Like, I'm like, no, not saying that you are, Russell. I'm talking about other people and stuff. I've had a million different. We all have fun compliments that we don't want to get to our head.
Right.
But I'm like, oh, that's endearing. Thanks. But yeah, it is about making other people comfortable. The art of being uninhibited is making people uncomfortable so that they get comfortable. Go out there and do the dance. What is nature mating over other than doing the dance? Hang on, I'm gonna let Phil. Hey, Philly boy, you're on the podcast. There's a podcast. You're on it.
Oh, so pretty much that
There's a.
and we were like, whoa, and they were like, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that there was a.
And then there was like a what? And we were like, yeah, I guess so. And then they were like, yeah, duh. We were like, yeah, that's about right.
Sounds
It was really eye-opening.
Sounds like a Saturday then.
Yeah. So pretty much just getting cozy, new bed, it's good for you. Got to get that good sleep. Got to have support for the back. If we were sponsored by a mattress company, now would be the time to do the ad for that.
Actually, we're looking at the back and how important it is to have your back aligned and proper and to your health right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that that and consistent sleep. You can't really solve a lot of other problems unless you got those two things dialed in.
That's pretty much also what we were talking about. We have a master, I would say, at sleeping on the
No
podcast.
way. I'm awful at it. I just like to try a lot. I'm like somebody that is like a mountain climbing enthusiast that doesn't get very far up, but I have all the gear and read all the magazines. I certainly try to sleep a lot. I don't necessarily pull it off. I mean, the apnea is the biggest cause of that, but
So, speaking of sleep, Lux, you want to tell us what is your sleeping cycles like? How do you become a star integrator or whatever you want to call yourself, where you do your magic when you're sleeping? Because this is something that actually was fundamental to me in 2003 when all this geometry came to me. Is that the world and the waking light that we see is not as important as the night sight, because it's the rewinding of the day sight. many cycles before that we could perceive.
Yeah, one thing that I would recommend to people that like sleeping, um, you know that when we're dreaming, we have the rapid eye movements, involuntary rapid eye movements. Well, you can do those in your wake cycle. Do them regularly. Yes. The optic nerve has that ability to, um, and you'll see a lot of sparks in the beginning when you're doing this as you're awake. That is the connections that your brain does when you're asleep. Because I meditate regularly 4 times a day and I fast so much, um, I don't require but a couple of hours of sleep. And because I do the rapid eye movements, I can do my lucid dreaming awake. Yeah.
Wow.
Although I've often heard that, and I've had some experience with lucid dreaming myself, and I mean, I may be incorrect in saying this, and I'm not trying to be a buddy duddy, but I've found often if I lucid dream a lot, I start to tire out after a few days of it, and I need to just go. I need to have a good night of normal sleep. It's like something like for some reason. I mean, maybe it's just personal to me, but whenever I lucid dream, it's almost like I'm not getting sleep because I'm not because I'm just speculating here, but from the research I've done on sleep, it seems like it's a defragmentation process. It's where your brain irons things out and goes through the information that it has and plays through scenarios and things like that. More of a regenerative phase than it is. I mean, but if you're using it, you're hijacking it to be explorative, then you're not allowing it to do its normal regenerative process. I mean, not that lucid dreaming is bad, just that it's using that state in another way. I mean, kind of like sleep paralysis is another. You can use sleep paralysis to do some really profound meditation. I have semi-regular sleep paralysis, and it used to scare me as a child, and now I've kind of learned to harness it and really tap into it when it happens. And if you can combine sleep paralysis with lucid dreaming, it's pretty insane. I've only got there a few times, but yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I'm sort of talking non sequitur, but
No, it's
sorry.
It's good.
I didn't know I was going to be on a podcast, so.
Yeah. So
Spitballing, really. So I mean, I guess the point of what I was saying was that I wonder if lucid dreaming allows you the same quality of sleep as just letting go.
no, it's totally different, I think. But
and I wonder what the fundamental differences between sleep paralysis and lucid dreaming are. I mean, I believe I've achieved lucid dream states during sleep paralysis, but I don't know if I can. I have no way of verifying that.
Phil,
I've always wanted to get one of those like sleep study bands, like Whoop, or do more sleep studies, just out of curiosity.
Phil, do you want to join
There's so much more to it, There's so much more to it than you realize.
You should join the Skype conversation.
I probably should.
Yeah. I tried inviting you, but you were already on a phone call. So just hop in on Skype. Okay, love you. So, Lux, these are two of my best friends here. Yep,
It's a pleasure.
You heard it here. I love you.
I love you too, buddy. So Lux, that's fascinating that you are a master of sleep. And you say meditation makes it so you don't have to sleep as much, or you don't
Correct.
require as much sleep?
Correct.
Well, also the lack of calorie intake. You don't eat much, and you probably might not even drink much, right? I mean, it sounds like you fast and a combination of uh, meditation.
Well, sun gazing. Basically, I eat through my eyes. Mhm.
You want to tell us more about that, please?
Sure. So I make these ones out of copper and copper wire and crystals, and I gaze at the sun through them in the sunrise and sunset.
Oh, you okay? So you look literally.
Into the
I'm
sun.
familiar. I'm familiar with sun gazing,
Mhm.
um, but
It involves also breathing in. So I'm basically engaging my pranic body into absorbing plasma.
hang on. Um, I'm trying to. I'm trying to add Phil. Sorry, guys. Let me see what I can do here. Yeah, yeah. Tell us more about the plasma, because we talk about this all the time on the show here. There's another gentleman that really gets into the light spectrum and eating the phosphenes and the different type of light that comes in off of the sunset and the sunrise. And I think that that's what you're hinting at here.
Correct. Yep. When I gaze at the sun through my crystals, there is a tube made of copper, and I make a wire also out of it in spiral in and out of it. The crystal is attached to the other end, and I point it at the sun and look at it, breathing in. And does have imagery involved. Um, that's my breakfast.
So do you have to get up early to eat breakfast?
Yeah.
So I find it interesting that you practice lucid dreaming while you're awake. Like I've been fascinated with lucid dreaming for a long time. It's not a thing I've focused on, but in my practice, I envision lucid dreaming, and but I never practiced lucid dreaming. That'd be a nice next step. I'm not sure that I've ever actually had. I feel like there's been one or two times where have been conscious that to me, lucid dreaming is being conscious that you're dreaming, that you're in a dream world, and being able to manipulate your dream consciously. But it's very, like, I think I may have done it once, maybe twice. But it's very, very elusive.
It's hard to get it.
Have you found that with your practice it becomes less elusive, or is it still very elusive for you as well, even though you are more in tune to it, more practicing?
As I said, all of these things are just side effects. I came onto it as an astral trip, and I was like, "What is happening?" Was meditating in a roof one day, and I noticed complete silence. And I stood up, I went to the edge of the roof. I was in New York City back then. I looked into the street, and nobody was moving. Not the cars. There was no sound. Nothing at all. I looked up in the sky, and those clouds that were moving so fast. It was a full moon. Nothing was moving, absolutely nothing. And I turned around. I saw somebody sitting down. I walked towards the guy, and I saw it was me. And I opened my eyes and I looked at somebody standing looking at me, and it was me. Um, and suddenly, all this light and sound came screaming, and the moon, all the clouds moved. It was weird. And right there and then, I spoke to somebody who said, "Well, this is just a side effect of your deep meditation, and don't read too much into it." Um, but realizing that my consciousness could travel out of my body is what got me intrigued. Um,
You, the first time that I had an out of body experience was reading. Oh, sorry, I didn't know this had music. Um, I was driving in the car with an old friend that I haven't seen in a while, and I was reading my old writings, and they were about maybe 5 to 7 years old. But when I was reading my old writings, I instantly was transformed, or I envisioned and like saw I was there um, inside of a ball of light, and I hovered over railroad tracks, and I saw this person tied up on the railroad tracks, and I hovered over it, and then I hovered over it again, and then I opened my eyes, and I was like, "What?" And that was my first out of body experience. Um, no, that was my first remote viewing experience, my first out of body experience, because I consider that remote viewing because I didn't, well, I wasn't the remote, but either way, um, before that was in 2005. I had my first out of body experience in that. Yeah, just like you said, I saw myself. I felt my layers outside of myself, and I could see down myself. And I drew it. You know, I'm an artist, so I drew this. It was a big visceral experience for me. And these experiences that are mental become visceral because you feel them. And that's how it becomes tangible. And then your story is what your story is after the experience for others to take what they decide to take from the information.
mm,
But it doesn't any extreme emotional experience sort of operate along those protocols. I don't think it's just exclusive to those experiences. I think extreme pain can cause similar circumstances. Extreme bliss can cause similar circumstances.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I think that it's extremes. And what's really weird is we fight extremes politically. We consider political extremists as terrorists. We tie the two words together. But when you look at nature, when you look at nature, you see that I know that's not what you mean, but when you look at nature, you see that it's the extreme in nature that survive. It's the extreme, the loudest croak of the frog, the loudest, the brightest color of mating, the brightest colored flamingo. You know, the best eating, the the best acclimated to the environment. I mean, everything's looking for breeding dynamics. It's mating, so it's sex. And when we see when even in it would make no sense if it would be different in the astral realms that it's mating as well. You know, you get the succubus and you got the incubus, with people talking about being
sexually abused by alien visitors, and that happens in sleep paralysis and sleep uh, terrors, night terrors as well.
Well, not to interrupt, but like I've had a lot of experience with sleep paralysis personally. Yeah, it really. I mean, I think one of the most interesting things about it is that when you discuss it with someone else that's had it, the most people tell a very similar story. And it wasn't until I started to get comfortable with it and dissect it that I really was able to make 2 cents of it. But yeah, it's interesting. Like there are some similar sensations that people that have had sleep paralysis have, and it does tend to be like an opaque or perhaps translucent, looks like humanoid character either approaching you, or I felt like it was sitting on my chest and not allowing me to breathe. But then once I started to dissect it, it became less of a sentient thing and more of a like, it was just a reflection of my own body at realizing the status that I was in, and less so like some external thing.
Are you talking about a visitation towards you?
No, I'm talking about the way our body reacts under sleep paralysis. I mean, it's a studied thing. It's not just like some dreamed up phenomenon. It's like what's happening is that your body secretes certain hormones that basically paralyze you when you're sleeping, so that you don't sleepwalk or hurt yourself while you're in your recovery process. And oftentimes you'll wake up. You'll also wake up after this hormone has been secreted, and that's why you have not move. It's actually a physiological thing that happens so that we don't hurt ourselves. It's fascinating. But I think a lot of times, it can be really unsettling and unnerving. First, the not knowing what's happening. Like I don't know if any of you have ever been given hallucinogens without knowing you were given hallucinogens. But at first you have that period of time where it's very terrifying, and you don't have any sort of explanation as to why you feel that way. Whereas like once you've done, if you've done it, you sort of mentally prepare yourself to, all right, I'm going to look at this objectively and try to see what facts I can pull out of this, and not just like how it leads me to feel. I don't know where else to go. Yeah, I think lucid dreaming is fascinating. Or not lucid dreaming, but sleep paralysis is fascinating.
So
all it is, it boils down to a protection mechanism so that we don't hurt ourselves when we're sleeping.
Feel free to tell us more, Lux, about some similarities that you might have in common, or if you understand what the sleep paralysis is here.
I've experienced it twice that I remember. Once when I was very little, but it has to do with a visitation. And I have full recollection, but talking about it is somehow
Evasive.
It makes me relive it. So it's every time I think about it, I remember something else. And those aha moments are um, somehow it's like dancing in the wind, you know,
It is.
nothing attached. The other time, sleep paralysis was older, and it was a different type of visitation where I was able to get up after the entity, and he grabbed me from behind and turned me around, basically putting me in my place.
So, would you consider that a succubus or an incubus?
No, it was actually a much more powerful entity. Um, turns out mm, he revealed my nature, which I'm not going to talk about.
Right.
But he revealed my nature and how um, he beckoned me to come into my own power, and until then to just sit still. Mm. So those are the two kind of like sleep paralysis that I experienced. Once when I was very small and I had two visitors. My mother was asleep in the same bed, and me looking at her and at them, and then telling me, "We're not here to hurt her or you." Not so much in words, but the assurance was there. Um, and they gave me a lot of information that I've been digesting as I progress in this life. Um, then, as far as um, lucid dreaming, it's completely different. It has nothing to do
Yeah.
with one being awake or waking up. Um, lucid dreaming is just a state of connection with one's the, the full spectrum of who we are. And we may find ourselves in a reality that is very similar to ours, yet we may be a different gender, or we may be in a different type of situation within our family. Um, and I think that is, or my explanation to that is that I am exchanging information with other experiences. I believe that I'm a part of 12 experiences in different space times or in different coordinates within the flux. And the flux is what I call the universe, materium, space time mesh. Um, and in this vortex, there are coordinates of time and space, and somehow we are connected. Um, Now I can do this awake with the rapid eye movements that I explained, doing them voluntarily and focusing. Or in my sleep, uh, it may be only 2 hours, but the dreams can go on for days within those 2 hours. Um, and I feel like I'm living 12 different lives at
No, I
once.
think there's some physiological merit to that because I know during sleep paralysis that you know uh, 2 or 3 hours inside of the sleep paralysis experiment is a couple of seconds in real time.
Right.
It's right on the edge there. It's like edging, and there's an edge
Yeah.
that you can get
It
to,
is.
and
It is. And now that I've I guess it's probably, I mean, it's probably not good that I'm experiencing it so frequently. It probably is a result of my sleep apnea. But I mean, once I became comfortable with the feeling of going into it, like I said, I've started to even enjoy it a little. Like I had it recently where I felt like I had this color hallucination, like a patterns and color. It was kind of like a iridescent purplish, kind of like a Portuguese man of war or jellyfish, like that iridescent, pastelish, purplish, pinkish, coming and surging like electricity. And my body felt like it was being activated with something. And it was a really, really interesting sensation. And I just sort of tried to like let it happen and then, not be scared of it. And just, I didn't really get a lot from it, but it just was an interesting sensation. And I tried to ride it as long as I could. I got, probably in real time, maybe 2 or 3 minutes out of it. But I mean, it was hours.
Yeah, see, this is time dilation is what it is that we're talking about, and
well, I think, like I said, it's
time dilation.
It's what our body physiologically does in order for us to achieve the state of sleep. It's a mix of hormones and cocktails that your body feeds itself. It's fascinating, that we have built into our bodies this system that can be accessed by certain processes that need to take place in order for us to, even think in the first place. I mean, it's like a file system. A file system has to be defragmented, and our brains are no different.
Right, and I'll speak on Phil's behalf here. As years ago, maybe 10 years ago, even we'd be sitting on the couch and Phil would pass out, and we'd be all talking, and he would be 100% cognizant in the conversation and answer the questions, and he would be sleeping. And it's just like, I've never seen anything like this. It's really crazy, but Phil has been like this for...
Yeah, my friend Rashid too is like this, and like we were in a music group together, and when we were writing our first album, we had a lot of moments where we just take turns. One of us would sleep, and the other one would record and work on stuff. And we'd be asking each other questions about stuff. And like, you could really take our response to the bank, as to what we would have meant if we would have heard it. Yeah, turn it up. Yeah, it needs more mid. Yeah, no, put a delay on that.
Yeah, but that's real. That is like, it's just how real it was. There's no way in hell, like, be like 20 minutes after Phil fell asleep and he'd be answering questions. Pertinent questions to the answers, or answers to the questions.
Like, where'd my shoes go? Oh, I borrowed them. Was I asleep? Yeah. Okay, cool. I must have meant it then.
Well, this brings us into actually the next tangibility. The next episode.
I'm sorry not to like plow over, but sleep is so powerful.
It's
such an important thing, and like culturally, we've reached this point where it's almost like taboo to sleep. Everybody's done it. Myself, we sat around with our coworkers, and we went up each other on who got less sleep.
Right.
I'm against that. I haven't slept for 2 days, and it's awful. It's something we need to like work on, but
sleep to me is kind of my drug of choice, to be honest with you.
Right.
I love sleep more than just about anything, and I'm blessed because sleep visits me very easily. I can shut my eyes in just about any place and fall asleep relatively quickly. I'm a light sleeper, but these people that just want to stay up for days and think they're productive or be productive or whatever, brag about being productive. I get a disconnect there. I don't understand it. I'd rather, and I don't like to brag about getting too much sleep, although there are times I do, but I mean, there's different, everyone's got their thing. Like the gentleman that's on the line with us who says he only requires like 4 hours of sleep. I think that's interesting.
Well,
It's so much different than my
it's been
experience.
proven that maybe perhaps he just gets more efficient sleep.
How about we
You
ask?
know, some people sleep more. Like for me to get sufficient sleep, I have to lay down longer because I'm constantly waking up due to the habit. Like in order for me to, and and I had a horrible bed for the past few years. I finally got a new bed, and like I've even noticed over the past few nights. By the way, is this for Russell? Is that you,
Yeah.
Russ?
Yeah.
What up?
Yo, bro.
So Lux, tell us more about your interesting sleeping habits and your meditative capacity, because it reminds me a little bit of Martha Stewart, and she got quite a bit of an edge. And I used to be known as the guy who never slept. Nobody ever saw me sleeping because I was freaking always working on different projects constantly. So tell us about it.
Oh well, meditation does give the brain a bunch of rest, and you're able to process a lot of thoughts that would require um, stress-induced sleep or need for rest. Now, the body, if it's tired, it's tired. I mean, and if you go to sleep because you were doing a lot of physical work or exercise or swimming for or diving for a long time, hey, I may get 12 straight hours.
So what's your favorite? You like to lucid dream, and is your favorite right on the edge of sleep, right when you're waking up, between alarms, or like? Because I get a lot of lucid dreaming between alarms, uh, in the morning.
Yeah, agreed.
That's like
Or
you.
if I take like a power nap on the couch. If I sit down and take like a little power nap, like I found myself able to grab control a lot quicker than if I were to like lay down to like, all right, let's get some sleep, damn it. You know?
All right. Yeah. Well, myself, I like to continue the story where I left it. So I would focus on what I want to dream on and get right into it.
Right.
Now, when it happens during those 2 hours, I can tell you, I think it happens during the entire time. And I know this because I film myself while I'm asleep, or I've been filmed. You were talking about sleep studies. There are 3 neurosurgeons that are studying me right now. I have to be there 4 times a week for
Right.
them, and they put this horrendous cap on me and electrodes all over my body, and I will sleep there during my office visit. Um, I get paid, so I'm fine with it. Um, Now they are able to say when I am dreaming and when I'm not.
Right. Right.
Mm. And
That
the
from
moment I
motions.
close my eyes to the moment I get up, and when I get up, there is a superimposed um, perception of that dream continuing. This is why I say that I lucid dream even while awake. I have this it continues, it does not stop. I'm engaged in talking with you, and I'm engaged at the same time in my dream world. It does not stop. It doesn't stop anymore, and I'm unable to. But when I am asleep, I'm able to close this reality gate, and at the same time I'm hyper aware. If somebody comes and tries to touch me, I will grab their wrist. It's like, how is this possible if Lux is completely asleep?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I can. I mean, I don't know how, but I believe it from personal experience. I mean, I've like I said, I've people have had conversations with me that you can take, you know, without, I mean, they're genuine. That
Mhm.
I said exactly what I would have said had I been awake.
Mhm. Yeah, the recordings of of their interviews while I'm asleep are in different languages. Some I do not speak, and some they do not have a record of.
Wow.
I believe that there is this 12 experiencers, but that they have been able to speak directly with the triune entity that I believe I am.
Wow. Okay. This I have to touch on this because excuse me. This 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 is like a conclusion that I drew probably around 2007, 2008, is that around every single uh, light uh, wave, a wavelet,
Mm,
is not one experience but 12.
mhm,
Uh, and this goes back to Buckminster Fuller and the isotropic vector matrix. But the way that I knew this is because no singular experience is one; it's 12 because it has to be omnidirectional. Um, and that's really, really insightful. That you brought that up and that you're willing to talk about it. Uh, I've
Yeah, it's kind of hard to do so. With regular humans, it's yeah.
so um, so would you consider yourself human anymore?
I never have.
Yeah.
I know there is a distinction, very definite distinction. Um, I think that human is engineered. Um, I think that who is the correct term of what I am. Um, and hue is actually a tonal code of separation in between humans. And man actually means worker. So basically, it's a colored slave. Um, and you can see it even in history applied against other humans, not only black people, but or the black race, but other races enslaving each other, and it continues on to this day. Um,
So, yeah. So, do you practice speaking in tongues ever?
I, um, I think tongue is something that refers to being able to understand um, other languages and interpret them, not the gibberish that you will see in some evangelic, not trying to offend, but truly offending
Right.
those.
Yeah.
I'm so offended.
I believe me. You don't have.
Good.
I,
It was intention.
Yeah, I'm with you for that. But check this out. Okay. Let me.
and I don't want to bring it back. Maybe we can talk about that another time. But like the desire for something a certain way versus what it actually is fascinates me, and that's one of those examples to me of when human beings like really needed an answer, so just went ahead and came up with it and didn't ever look to chat.
So hey,
Like, not what that verse means. They thought that verse implied that a language was being created, which it wasn't. It was that people in the room speaking languages that other people in the room were like, "Wait a minute, you don't know freaking Spanish."
Yeah, but Phil,
Oh,
it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and it happens all the time. And
okay, sure.
no, speaking in tongues is.
This is your podcast. I'll, I'll say what.
That's fine. You can have your own belief, but I myself believe that it's a real thing, and I don't think that you're right. From the evangelical perspective, it's not the proper way to approach
No,
Yahweh or the source.
that
And
not at all.
it's,
What the
and
actual scripture that behavior is based off of did not mean that people were speaking an angel language. That's made up.
people were
Somebody
speaking.
made that.
People were
I'm
speaking. If you,
not saying that there's not a such thing as an angel language or whatever, but I'm saying like what they're talking is not that.
yeah. So
Like,
either way, anybody can tap into this ether, this language, this lexicon. It's the universal language. And that's where all language comes from, and it's toroidal ultimately. And
Correct. It's a
and
frequency.
it comes from the compression of sphincters as the energy comes straight out of the sun, as we're observing on the screen here. The the same geometry that we speak in is the same geometry that has been worked and reworked and worked, and originally starts from the auroras. We're not only eating plasma, but we're speaking auroral language. We're speaking what we hear from the environment, and we put it into vowels, and there's certain power to the way that you enunciate certain vowels and things like that. But that's besides the point. What I'm talking about here is experiences that you can get into, trans-like experiences that you can get into through dancing, whirling dervish, speaking in tongues, speaking gibberish, freestyling, getting into different flows. There's so many different flows that
oh,
you can
sure. Flow
get
state,
into.
absolute. Flow state is a part of neuroplasticity. So yeah, that's definitely valid.
So when you see Native American dancers out there and they're doing their, and sorry if that botched that, but I mean the drum, the
the reality of this is these are song prayer lines of their identity, of their ancestry, that go back millennia without written language, you know, and these are still existent, and anybody can tap into these multi-languages, and myself, I've had a weird experience having to do with one, and I also married a woman who was part of a church where you couldn't get into the church unless you spoke in tongues. This was a cult. You couldn't be part of the church unless you spoke in tongues. That's the Church of God here in the United States.
That's not about like that being a prerequisite. That's in that you will bend the knee and you will believe whatever we tell you to believe.
Yeah, that's bad
or
stuff.
else. That's what that. And that's what I'm saying. That's why, like, I get so defensive when we get on this subject, is because that's real. That's like these people coming up with these behaviors that have no spirit, that have no doctrinal backbone, that are forcing people to do it, and
right.
yeah, it's
Hey, I don't mean to
scary.
butt in here, but I'm gonna. Can we get back? Can we talk some more about actual like dreams? Get back to the dreams. And one thing I'm really curious to hear what everyone has to say. So I'm sure everyone has a theory or way of doing it. But what you do after you had I'm just going to call it a vivid dream.
I fetch you some images.
And I can start by saying that I know personally, I try to hang on to it as long as I can. They're fleeting memories. I try to remember all I can about an intense or a vivid dream. And I wonder what the rest of us do, like once we wake up and realize we had a really vivid dream. It doesn't have to be profound, just something that was, very impactful, I guess. Vivid. So Phil, why don't you start? Say what you do when you have a vivid dream, if anything.
Well, mostly, I mean, my engagement with the vivid dream is more about what's happening while it's happening, and trying to be in the moment when it does happen and try to hold on to that. I mean, I'm not as much of a like post-reflective. It's the event fascinates me, not like the implications of it. And I'm not saying thinking another way is better or worse. That just happens to be my default. I usually operate from no position, as opposed to trying to like say my mind like a play-by-play of how I want the lucid dream to go. I think I try to use it more in an improvisational nature than than like a goal-based scenario where like, okay, and tonight in the lucid dream, I'm going to look at this and I'm going to go over to this thing and I'm going to go do this and I'm going to see if I can do this. For me, it's like while I'm at it, I'm like, okay, so now I'm falling off of the thing. Maybe I should aim this way and move, like I'm more of a freestyler than I am a goal-oriented person.
Okay. Well, if I could answer next here, I have a couple ideas. Great question, Russell. And I myself, after vivid dreams, I'm a vivid dreamer, and my kid's a vivid dreamer. After a vivid dream, I myself created the whole geometry of the Dougherty set and the Dougherty Network. That was after a dream. And I will also say that we, as a society, as a collective, learned the scientific method from a gentleman who fell asleep and had a dream. The whole scientific method was from a dream. If you go back
even deeper and deeper, you'll find that the greatest things that have come to mankind have been from this. Some of the greatest things have been from this astral realm, and I personally like the scientific method. And Descartes was the one who came up with it, and he attributes it to a dream.
That's not his real name. You're making that up.
Yeah, Descartes. Look it up. Now, this is where we are.
Yeah,
Huh?
I was spelling it. Descartes.
Yeah. Now it's weird because we knew that there was the mind way before Descartes, but really mind psychology and mind psych, physics came into the departure between the mind and the soul and the body was created at around Descartes, but there was before this. There was Socrates and the pre-Socratic philosophers that used a big, huge bowl and they put a bunch of stuff in it and they stirred it and they realized by looking at this how the whole cosmos works. And they were right. They were right. And they're still right. And this is the metaphysics. This is where metaphysics comes from way back in the day before Socrates. The pre-Socratic philosophers were talking about how everything is vortices within vortices within vortices. Now, that's what this show's about, how to unlock and how to get into these vortices and these sub-networks. And, this is a great episode for sure, because we're touching on so many of the basis of near-death experiences, which we haven't brought up yet. But these near-death experiences, when you're dreaming and right on the dreaming state, these different astral realms exist. But to my point here, or to answer your question, is the geometry came to me through a dream, and this I was instructed to go get graph paper. I don't do anything on graph paper. I hated graph paper, so I was instructed to get a big thing of graph paper. Then I got a big thing, and I went and I got my compass and a ruler, and I had at it. And for 7 days straight, I was working as a 19-year-old boy at a car wash on Lee Road Soft Cloth in Brighton, Michigan. And I'm sitting there, and the guy's watching me, the owner. He's like, "What the f is going on here?" And I don't know what's going on, what's coming out of me. And I'm talking to the guy, and he's like, this is like a beautiful mind that I'm watching right in front of me unfold. So, long story short, after vivid dreams, I'm instructed to do things, not necessarily do things, but I acted on that one, and I've been on the hunt for 17 years now, almost 18 years, to describe what exactly it is that this is and how it's important to everybody in their daily life, and also how the field creates the forms that we see and that we are. And it all has to do with magnetohydrodynamics and the geometry coming off of the sun. But another really weird dream that I wanted to mention is that I had a dream where I kept killing myself, and every time I killed myself, it was another version of me, and I had to kill it. And the more I killed myself, the stronger I got, and I kept getting stronger and stronger, and I kept having to kill myself. So I go to work, and this was like one of the most vivid dreams, period, that I've had in my life. I go to work the next day, and I'm doing some landscaping, and I'm talking to this guy, and I'm like explaining my dream to these guys, and they're all like, whatever, and okay. And I'm like, no, seriously, this was in 2005. I still have the journal, I keep all my journals, and I remember it vividly. And this kid looks over at me and he's like, dude, look up Jet Li, the one. And I'm like, what? I'm like, okay. So I looked up Jet Li, the one, and I watched it. And it was literally my dream. And I was like, this is insane, dude. Because this isn't, this is me having, mimicking the reflections of the dreams that we have collectively. I don't think that we have thoughts. Thoughts have us. And in the dream realm, we're a lot more susceptible to these thoughts. And this is also true with psychedelics and psychotropics. The next episode that we're going to do on what's the project called? Stargate, Project Stargate. And it has everything to do with the Project Monarch and MK Ultra. And that episode is going to be fucked because it's all out in the open. CIA came out with everything. It's all true. They claim it. They own it. And this is the most fucked story. It's so fucked, dude. Excuse my language, but yeah, that's going to be the next episode because the geometry of the gates and Stargate and getting into the Stargate and understanding what it is really crazy because that's what it is. What we're talking about on this show is basically like Stargate. Understanding the roots of geometry, getting into them, and really being able to. Anyway, I digress. So here's the one. This film is about him killing himself over and over and over and over and over, and he fights himself until he gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Nonetheless, that idea is probably some sort of an idea that goes on forever in eternity, and it reminds us of the Ouroboros of the snake eating its tail, and onions shedding layers of dead growth of things that you no longer want to be attached to. Deconstructing and letting go of the plasma entities that we're attached to, that so much of us are attached to. So that's my long answer for your question, Russell.
So we got one more person. I'm curious if he does anything consciously or unconsciously after a vivid dream I don't know, in recognition of it or just in practice.
Go ahead, Lux.
My vivid dreams do not stop. I'm talking to you, and I am there. What else is there to do? Right?
I can vibe with that. I myself, I always have my journal with me, and I carry it for thoughts because I'm always in, a similar position as you. I don't call it, I guess, a between dreaming and living, but I guess it kind of is because your imagination. What are you thinking about? What are you going to write about? What are you going to, present next week? I'm always thinking about different. Excuse me. I'm always thinking about different ways to describe different things, and that is like what I go to sleep thinking about, and then I'll dream about it. But have you had such a vivid dream that it leads you on a conquest?
You mean out of here?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is the issue. How to explain this? Time moves. Well, it's space and time. It's one. I cannot separate them. I have a little bit of temporal dysfunction. I cannot separate space and time like other people do. So um, in different experiencers, and I'm not limited to dreaming of my own experiencers. I can connect to yours, but because time moves differently in different experiencers, that's where the challenge is. I may be there and then I come here if I separate them. If I need to focus in one and then come back to the other because something is beckoning my attention. Um, Everything seems to be slower here, and people are talking like, and then whoops, suddenly it comes to normal speed. Um, yeah, or the other way around. And when you can witness when your time is slowed, is pretty fucked up in here because you perceive what really is going on at a different rate of space time, and who really has access to you that you
I
cannot
don't.
see normally. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm officially jealous of Lux's being.
His, yeah, it is a beautiful place to be for sure.
I don't know about that. It is actually um yeah, it's filled with um a sadness that you cannot shake when you know, and no one can relate, or when you know, uh, or you see and others cannot. It's 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 not scary, it's just um and it makes you love people more for who they are, with all their lies and all their masks and all their fears. It makes you feel very, I mean, you fall in love with everything and everyone. Yeah. But at the same time, the price is not something I would recommend. It's not worth um, envying it at all.
It's not worth what?
It does not merit your envy at all. Mm.
So, so I myself, I've had some crazy dreams, and I've done some 18 years of crazy, 17 years of craziness from a dream. So I think I think personally that dreams are so interrelated to life that it's hard not to incorporate it in your daily life.
Mhm.
And the more that you fuse them, uh, you can go into a place of insanity, or you can go to a place of sanity. And I've seen a lot of people that mess in the astral realm go crazy. So that's definitely something that's dangerous. Would you like to speak on any of the dangers of the astral projection and things like that, Lux?
Okay. Yeah. I spoken about a little bit about the inner sun, and I was very curious because I could see the. You can travel. You talked about remote viewing. You can travel. There's a chakra. Let's call it chakra. That hovers around 8 to 12 inches above your crown chakra, and you can actually use it to um, like travel around your house, see what was causing that noise, or go around the world. Um, and then there is a solar chakra where you can actually go to the sun. Um, this we're talking about projection of one's consciousness. Where are you putting your focus? You can focus in different parts um, of your cord, like those cords that we saw from Saturn. Um, if they come to you, you can go through them to wherever they came from, right?
Hmm.
It's a two-way connection. Well, I was very curious once I was invited. It is an invitation actually from the sun. Um, and if you look at it, it's actually a gateway. It's a gateway to, there's a direct gateway to the hip of the Taurus constellation. There's specific places to go to. Um, but then going in, they're dangerous. When you try to go to places that are dominated by other worlds, like the moon, they'll put you in a room with a picture of the moon.
In a little background noise, someone might need to mute their mic.
I'm really trying to speak very um, loud.
Yeah.
This is like my loudest voice.
Hey, Bill, I think we get some background noise on your end.
Not for me.
On my end.
That is not coming from me.
Russell.
Okay, so I muted myself and I still heard the noises.
Yeah, it's from Russell. Okay, that's better. Russell, mute your mic.
What was that, buddy?
You gotta mute your mic. You're too loud.
Okay.
All right.
Doing.
Okay, good.
He's
All right.
he's
I'm
working.
working and I just stepped outside my car to break down my business stand. I'll put
All
it
right.
on mute. I got you guys on
Okay,
speaker so I can hear you while I'm working.
thanks. All
Cool.
right, go ahead, Lux.
Right. So I was curious about, and this is a few years ago, uh, about what was the sun feeding into the earth. And so when I got to the entrance, there was this. This is gonna sound a bit crazy, but this cube of energy um, blocking the entrance, and I said, "F it," and I went through, and I was stopped, and like you can't come in here. Now my wheel, that is my voltage, um, being what it is, and me coming to my power, I dismiss them completely, and I went to look at this blue, beautiful sun, and surrounded by clouds and an inner sea and civilizations, and it was amazing. But there is a danger if you try to go into different places. As I said, the two that I experienced blockage from was right there, that cube, and this was in the northern pole. Um, and I believe there is one in the southern one, but I am not that interested in that right now. Um, I was more interested in an inner city in Antarctica with giants, literally titans asleep. Um, Hope they never wake up. Um, the moon is the other one, where when you try to go inside of it, you're immediately put in like in a quarantine zone. And um, I sat there like a good boy, um, and l- military guy in full military uniform wants to interrogate me, and he gets rude with me. At this point, I dismissed him, and I went in to see the structure. It's like anyway, it's also hollow and it's mechanical. Um, I would not recommend going to those two places unless you are invited.
Wow.
Mars is another one. There are um, a few places in Mars that are actually active, and near the northern mm, polar region is the largest one. And I was attracted to the electromagnetic field generated from the underground. Um, it's fully military and fully like with human slaves and skin trade and things that I am not uh, very happy about. Um, what what the galactic trade does to humans is beyond disgraceful, and it's probably the reason why I chose to come here. It's probably the reason why a lot of crews chose to come here and incarnate as humans.
Yeah, it's definitely it seems like there's some nefarious stuff going on out there,
Yep.
and it seems dark at times, and the sometimes the skull and bones is to hide some truth that people don't even want to know about. You
The
know,
entire mechanics of the illusion maintained by mainstream media is fully controlled. It's completely controlled. There is
yeah,
nothing that will reach you, including this postcard that it post ah
podcast.
podcast. Yeah,
Yep.
uh, that is not fully controlled.
Yeah, I mean, we're working on their platform. We're literally on Microsoft. Skype
Hmm.
is Microsoft.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, the whole. I mean, there's no reach or extent to the control of it.
I know there are a lot of people that want to um, exact revenge on entities or governments or political figures or whatever that are engaged in suppressing the evolution of humans. I would recommend not to do that. I would recommend not to seek revenge or seek to destroy them because all life is precious, and their uniqueness is part of the diversity that we desire.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, vengeance isn't ours. It's not something that that we should enact on the government. It's going to happen the way it happens, and it's going to play out the way that the universe already has it in store to play out. I believe in predetermination, but I also believe in free will. So I think that the geometries of things have been set in motion since way before the beginning, if there even was a beginning.
And this desire of yours um, to free from inhibitions has to do with moving beyond the liberties we found the prison and actually opening those doors. But those doors do not open from the outside. They open from within.
Mm-hmm.
And taking responsibility and stock for being um, being here and now, and not waiting for a salvation or a second coming or for some big event to happen, but to in actuality um, move with benevolence and seek uh, evidence with compassion. Because we can seek evidence and open frogs to see what they're made of. That does not entail compassion, does it?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that, and it's my favorite thing to always tell people: just look within. We are the eye that sees itself. We see, and I was asking you earlier, why do you think we perceive the universe um, as moving in these currents and with this ratio? Um, Actually, all we've been doing is looking at the way we see. Uh, we're looking at our own perception, that vortex that you have been evolving for years is your own perception.
It is. It's my
Mhm.
own perception, and it's the perception of uh, our ancestors and prophets standing on top of prophets and
Mhm.
geometers and Plato and Archimedes. And when you look at these people, they they are geometers. These great thinkers, they use geometry because it's one of the steps that allows you to start to understand things. It's the quadrivium: uh, astronomy, music, and astronomy, music, geometry, and philosophy. I think that's the four. Might not, but this. I mean, we definitely uh, grow off of ourselves and turn ourselves into the next stages of what we are from our ancestors. So as creature stacking goes, and philosophies, and really it's philosophies, the philosophers have been driving the ages and creating new forms of thought. So yeah, it really comes down to how people think and why they think, and if they have meaning to what they think, which is their worldview. The worldview is the most important thing, and if everybody's just like has an F it worldview, then everybody's going to be in the zeitgeist of an F it worldview.
You mentioned coruscate.
Hmm.
Um, that is like a flasher, like a tiny sparkle, and that's the soul.
Hmm.
Mm, okay, and now let's call it a photon. and you've been tracking its trajectory through your oculus. Oculus comes from occult. Um, it is actually the eye seeing itself how it sees.
Hmm.
That's what I was referring to. And it's interesting that you've come to this word coruscate, which means glittered or filled with light. And that's your perception. That is filled with light.
No, I don't think the whole thing's filled with light. It's hollow. But the number two reason on Coruscate is one of my favorite, and that's to be brilliant or showy in technique or style, and that goes to the being uninhibited. I have Phil and Russell on the show here, and I've never really talked about my dancing or being uninhibited because I don't really talk about myself like that. I do a bunch of different things, and I talk about things sometimes here and there, but I don't boast about like going out and being uninhibited. But I do it so well that so many people feel so good that it's like I'm freedom. I've set them free, in my movements, in my uninhibitedness, dancing around the dance floor and being cordial, nice, and also edgy and provocative. There's
I think what you're talking about is flow state, really. You're talking about achieving and maintaining flow states.
yeah, that's a lot of what we're talking about for sure.
It's basically improvisation in a sense. You like to go out and be spontaneous is basically what you're driving at.
Yes.
Coruscare or coruscat, meaning glittered, also can be meaning what you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
Give off or reflect
Glitzy.
bright beams or flashes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Shiny.
Scintillate like a
Bling.
star.
Pop
Bling
star.
bling.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And now this like an inhibition is and flowing is how you construct your world, or
I'm in a flow state.
Mhm.
I would say 90% of my waking hours.
Mm.
I'm in a flow state constantly.
Mm.
And
Entranced.
when my flow, when my breaks in my flow are open, I flow more and I overflow. So like the geometries that I do, I'm so prolific. I just constantly create more and more and more. And the connections that I find, there's so many. It's like I'm an epiphany surfer. So one connection will give me an epiphany. Then 10 minutes from the road, I'll get another epiphany. This is what the thirst and the hunger for a deeper meaning of life is inside of these interconnected uh, uh, webs, and how you find yourself inside of the world of these webs, because it's really system dynamics. It's systems and networks, and how networks flow and break down are all uh, uh, directly relevant to the Bernoulli's principle of the flow dynamics of how much pressure is coming out of each source of each system, like we're watching here on the screen. And each system is pushing that extra energy outward, and it's cavitating. And that's like your thoughts. What are you going to do? How are you going to connect it to the next larger company, the next tech company, the next this, the next that? Larger. What is where is your frame of reference of comfort and sustainability and happiness? Are you happy in poverty? More people are happy in poverty than people that are happy in wealth. You know, the numbers just keep coming out, but you know, you can't do a lot of different things that you want to do in your life without money. So you got to find a bunch of different talents or a bunch of different trades, and I don't know. I just talked on a tangent there.
Hey, did you hear my question about Phil's condition?
Nope.
I think I had myself on mute. So, sounds like Buddy's missing for a second. So while he's gone, can Phil, who's the other one on the call with us, he unfortunately suffers from sleep apnea, as a few of my friends do. And with your studies, have you found anything that will help that, cope with it, or mitigate it, or anything to it?
I didn't see anything.
Sleep apnea?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you want to sleep in an 45-degree position and on your side, number one. There are also a couple of machines. One of them is a CPAP, another one is a VPAP. They force air when you are actually stop breathing. You may want to also look into an ear, nose, throat doc and have an endoscopy going into your throat. Find out what's going on in there. There may be an obstruction. What happens when you have sleep apnea is the following. There is lack of oxygen going into your brain, and your spinal fluid compensates and fills your ventricles in the vein, in the brain. This may be, you may have headaches, migraines, swelling of the brain. That's like extreme. The optic nerve will swell and can disrupt or can rupture the veins in your eye and lead to some blindness. You will have to take acetazolamide to dry that brain fluid. You have to have spinal taps to take fluid out of your spine, a few vials. If this happens, if you have loss of vision, you start gaining weight and being tired, needing sleep all the time. Those are signs that you have severe obstructive sleep apnea. So maintaining a good weight, fasting, always sleeping in an somehow upright position and on your side will help tremendously.
Okay. I like it.
That's some good info for sure. Well, I'm back. Sorry, guys. I had a visitor. So, all right. Well, you guys, we're already, let's see, like, I think 3 hours in there. Oh, I got another visitor.
Who was it?
Oh, some kid's looking for another kid's hat that he left here.
Looking for the kid's hat.
You're dealing with those kids again, buddy? We told you about not doing that.
bunch of fucking jerks leaving their fucking house and blaming me for their fucking shit.
The word you're looking for is jerk-offs.
Let's see, what else do we have here?
Suckers.
Oh, this is our
But, you know,
video.
just a little bit. I'm not used to talking
It's all
this
good.
long and this much and this loud.
That's how we do.
Yeah.
Usually I talk like this, very, very softly.
Hey, different strokes for different folks.
Sorry for my. I know sometimes my vulgarity comes out, and I didn't mean that. But we are going to wrap it up here shortly, guys. Yeah,
Stop
it's been a
talking
long
shit,
episode.
okay? It's fucked up.
Well, I've got to say, I hang on his every word. His speech pattern not only demands attention, but it makes you you crave it. You crave every word he says.
Yes, drawn in.
I've been accused of being sultry. It's embarrassing. When we're talking to someone on the phone, yeah, I would like some of that. I mean the chicken means.
All right, guys. Well, it's been a good time chilling and hanging out. Phil, let's hang out.
Yeah, what you on?
I'm just chilling at my house. What are you on?
I was gonna take a shower and then probably find something fun to cook.
Sounds nice.
Hello.
The whatsies are gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fun.
So we could converge.
Cool.
Maybe make some tunes. I don't know.
What state are you in?
Play with the. We're in Michigan. We're in Lower Michigan. I don't know if you're familiar with Michigan, but it kind of looks like a mitten. You know, like a glove or like a hand. And we're kind of over by. We're kind of underneath the thumb, but closer to the palm of the hand.
Where are you from?
I am currently in Rome. Actually, I'm sorry. I have my house in Rome. I'm currently in Korea.
Okay.
I model and do stuff like that. And it's an anniversary of somebody's suicide, and I came to do that and celebrate our friend's birthday on the 30th, and that's it. I'll be back on the 3rd.
Nice. Cool. All right, guys. Well, thank you for being here. Great conversation. This has really opened up a lot of portals and thinking and really understanding and some of the deeper dynamics of the mental fields, and getting to know some of your work here, and also having Lux on and Phil and Russell here is also a treat. So
Yay.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and I want to thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, guys. That wraps up season 4, and we'll see you guys for season 5 next week. All right, peace out.
Oh yeah, buddy, I didn't tell you about the new toy I got.
Thank you for joining us for episode 46. We'll see you on episode 47 next week.
I will never be a better person. You can never see me. I can never be inside of that tree. I can never be inside that forest. You wanna see me, but I'm not seeing you. You wanna get where I am, then you cannot you. You can't you. I don't wanna. For the most of the time, I got to divide the clocks when I got off and in the world, thinking of a different subject. I'm about to burst, I'm giving it a nerve, giving it a different curse. off, so make it off. It's perfect, because it's a perfect. Nobody get it off, legally off. Piece of the pie, if you want a piece of that, you can have a piece of the pie. I'll give you that much. If you want a piece of this, I'll give you a piece of me. Like a boss of your soul. Yes, if you want a piece of me. The perfect kombucha. I'll give you a piece of me. Legally, I'm offering by the grain of stars. Sometimes it's like some moves you have on the dance floor. Real smooth, it's like the moves you have on the dance floor. Real smooth, real smooth. If you want to think you're real smooth on the dance floor, it's real smooth. I like some moves on the dance floor. Wishes that Christ be in you, Christ be in all, Christ be in God, all us, be in us as God is in one in all, as one flesh is one flesh. You're real smooth out on the dance floor, dude. You're real smooth out on the dance floor, dude. Real smooth out on the dance floor, dude. Real smooth out on the dance floor, dance floor.
The geometric view is love is watching product. Love is watching being. Thank you for doing that. Keep your eyeballs out. Pay attention. There's a lot going down this year. Be vigilant. Be mindful. Be insightful. Be loving. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being kind. Share the love. Spread the love. Become the love. Amen.
caused. Love, life, live it to the fullest.
Eyes all over the wall, eyes all over your body. Can I just see straight through with transparent golden scaling? The largest of the edifice embark on this because this is the journey. The journey is life. Take hold. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. There's nothing to do. Shout loud for the boys of God. Shout loud. Shout loud for the glories of God. Shout loud. Shout loud for the glories of God. Shout loud. Shout loud for the glories of God. Shout loud. Shout loud for the glories of God. Shout loud. Join us in the fight for Christ, in the fight to save lives. Surprise, submersible, so fast, the first, the last of baptism. Need to say more. Pay attention like the marrow in your bones, arrow in your back, arrow in your lungs, zero into the back, tertiary Christian neuron, synapses and narrow endurance into eternity. I'm a courier of charismatic attitude, modern meters even neater, it might even be fun. Cider indeed, need nerds, you need nerds, need a virtue, need to be a reason. Feasibility to be a reason to be clean and sober, keys, open doors, signs of directions. Be the carrier of candlesticks, the man that brought you change. Every second you ride, to make the ribbon, you pivot, potential, you curve and cat, could be cold, could be copycat, could be copy corpse, could be Schrodinger's best, could be Micro Racker, Mackie Normo, open-minded, itsy bitsy, freaking huge, a universal supermassive aspect of attached awareness. Aware of this all?
Collaborative consumption.
Are you aware of this song?
Collaborative consumption. The new thing consumption. Collaborative consumption. Consumption.
Get up now! Out of the boat! Drop! Where did this up? We don't got about a girl, but about a not about a goddess spirit. Get up, what's up? Jedi chapter. They don't fuck up. I'm in search of, I'm in earth love, I'm in living life, I'm in living color, I'm in air drop, I'm an earth thing, I'm an earth thing, I'm an earth thing, I'm an earth thing.